public meetings under the Ontario Planning Act today, and we'll be taking a 30-minute recess at 12 p.m. And we hope to have heard most of our delegations, if not all of them, by that time, and we'll recess and return again for the remainder of the speakers, including those that wish to call in on our public meeting line. At the conclusion of the statutory public meeting this morning, Council will take a recess and reconvene at 5 p.m. this evening for a regular special Council meeting to consider other items on the agenda. So we're going to move forward with our agenda, and I would ask that the clerk to complete a roll call of Council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we come together electronically to you today. Madam Clerk, please. Just bear with us. We're having some technical difficulties, and we'll get started with roll call.
Councillor Adshay.
Present.
Councillor Devine sends his regrets. Councillor Ermeda.
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor Liggett.
Present, sorry.
Councillor Mann.
Present.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And I don't see Councillor Wolf yet, and Mayor McGarry will join us later.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. In addition, we are going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us today. And joining us electronically, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Yogesh Shah, our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields, our Chief Planner, Lisa Prime, our Director of Engineering, Kevin DeLebeck. We also have staff from other divisions joining us this evening and this morning, and they will join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. Clerking the meeting today, we have our Deputy City Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, Mallory Greenoff and Michael Oliveri, Council Committee Services Coordinators, and Rachel Latour, the Administrative Assistant to the City Clerk. And thank you also to our Technology Services staff, Greg Alge, who is assisting with logistics for this morning's meeting. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the meeting that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land. And now a reminder to members of Council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of Council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to a matter under consideration. And so to Council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? And seeing none, we'll move forward with our agenda for this morning's meeting. Today we have two statutory public meetings under the Ontario Planning Act. I will call upon staff to provide an introductory presentation at the beginning of the statutory public meeting. After we have heard from staff, we will hear from the applicant or consultant for the property. Then I will call for our pre-registered delegations and open the phone lines to any members of our virtual audience who have tuned in to our live stream of today's meeting and wish to speak to the item. Members of our virtual audience wishing to speak to the item before us today may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. Again, this number is 519-740-4680, extension 4799. City staff are on hand to monitor and receive calls to this number during the course of the statutory public meeting. This number is also available on our city website, our agenda, and on the live stream of our meeting located on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Each delegate who participates will be allowed 5 minutes to speak to this item. And I remind members of council and the public that there is no debate on this item in the public meeting. I'll also remind council that this statutory public meeting item will be before council a second time with a recommendation report, and today's process is for public consultation. Council will consider all oral and written comments prior to making a decision on a planning application. If a member of the public would like to be informed of further reports and/or decisions on the matter, we ask that you please email your contact information and name to our planning division. The contact information for the staff member associated with the planning meeting will be shared as part of their presentation. So we're excited to be here with you again, Cambridge, for another special council meeting, and another reminder that we are all in this together and we need to continue to do our part to support and encourage each other. Today's statutory public meeting is agenda number 5.1, report 22-041-CD, public meeting report 11 to 13 Berry Lane, 2748058 Ontario Inc., care of Hans Madden, and we will be hearing from staff, the consultants, and then move forward to the pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. I will ask council that we hold off on questions for staff until we hear from all delegations as part of the public meeting. So today we will begin with a presentation from Michael Campos, our intermediate planner, who will provide an overview of this report. And we'll just wait to see if Michael can join us. Good morning, Michael, and welcome. Michael, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Good morning.
Oh, good. Good morning. I'm glad you could hear. Thanks for joining us this morning. The clerk will share her screen to provide the presentation. And if you can just ask her to proceed to the next slide when it's time to do so, and you can proceed with your presentation. Thanks again.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I'm an intermediate planner with the city. I'm here today to present the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted for 11 to 13 Berry Lane. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposed planning application to council and the public. Notice was mailed to assessed owners within 120 meters of the subject property, as well as anyone else who had requested notification in accordance with the Planning Act. Notice was also provided in the Cambridge Times. Should you have any questions regarding the application or would like to receive further information and future notification, please feel free to contact me at the email provided at the top of the slide. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, we're currently in the public meeting stage, which is early in the review process. Next steps will include the review of staff and agency comments collected from our circulation, as well as comments received at this meeting to form our recommendation and to prepare a recommendation report to be presented to council for review and final decision. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located on Berry Lane, situated north of Cedar Street and west of St. Andrews Street. The property is located on the western side of the Grand River, just west of the Galt Core area. The site has a total lot area of approximately 510 square meters and is currently vacant. The site was previously developed with legal non-conforming semi-detached dwellings, but have since been demolished. Next slide, please. So as you can see on your screen, the applicant is proposing to develop the property with a 2-story semi-detached residential dwelling containing 2 units and 2 parking spaces per unit, where one will be located within a provided single-car garage and another in the proposed driveway. Each unit will be identical in layout, having a gross floor area of approximately 157.5 square meters, or approximately 1,700 square feet. And a private rear yard amenity space is also proposed for each unit with a depth of approximately 13.15 meters. Should the zoning bylaw amendment eventually be approved by council, a consent application would be required to sever the property to create the individually owned lots. The applicant has also submitted at the same time an identical application for the adjacent lands. They are the northern units shown on the same site plan image. The zoning bylaw amendment application being discussed as part of this presentation relates to the units outlined in red only. The adjacent proposed development will be discussed following this presentation this morning. Next slide, please. This slide just provides an illustration of the proposed elevation of the townhouse building if viewing it from Berry Lane. So it's 2-story with 2 individual entrances and 2 garages. Next slide, please. In order to facilitate the development of the proposed semi-detached dwellings, the applicant was required to submit a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the subject lands from the current commercial C2 zone to the residential RS1 zone, which would permit the requested residential uses. The applicant is also seeking to establish site-specific provisions that will help facilitate the proposed design and include the following. To permit a minimum lot frontage of 6.87 meters, whereas a minimum lot frontage of 9 meters is required. To permit a minimum lot area of 224.6 square meters, whereas a minimum lot area of 270 square meters is required. To permit a minimum interior side yard setback of 0.91 meters, whereas a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.2 meters is required. And to recognize Berry Lane as a public street under section 1.1.6 of the city zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. And so the following are the considerations that will be taken preparing a future recommendation report. So in addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration will also be had for land use compatibility with surrounding existing development, as well as the overall character of the existing neighborhood, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests that are associated with the proposed development, and any comments that are received from members of council today, public, and city staff and agency circulation. Next slide, please. And so the staff recommendation is as written on the slide, that report 22041 CD, public meeting report, 11 to 13 Berry Lane, 2748058 Ontario Inc., care of Hans Madan, be received, and that application R03/22 for 11 to 13 Berry Lane be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. If the public has any questions, they are welcome to contact me at the contact information provided on the screen. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have it on full screen. Okay, there we go. Now I can see.
Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. And just before we proceed, I see that Councillor Wolf has joined us, and welcome, Councillor Wolf. And before we get started, do you have any declarations of pecuniary interest in this matter? Councillor Wolf, can you hear me? Thank you. You're on mute, and just wanted to welcome you and ask if you have any declarations of pecuniary interest in relation to the meeting this morning.
No, I don't, and I apologize for I had technical difficulties. So.
Thank you, and we're glad to see you this morning. Thanks. And thank you again, Michael, for your presentation, and we'll continue with this particular item, and we'll take a moment now to bring in Hans Madan to the meeting. Good morning, Hans. It's Councillor Mike Mann speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Councillor Mann, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being with us today. We've got you ready. I understand that you have a presentation that you want to make to the council this morning.
Yes, I do. I had sent that in a PowerPoint, I believe. Hopefully it could be uploaded.
Yes, it is. And
Yes.
You're ready to go, Hans. The presentation is on the screen, and all you have to do is ask the clerk to move the slides forward as you progress through your presentation. So welcome again, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. My name is Hans Madan. I represent the owners of 1113 Berry Lane in Cambridge. The property is highlighted in red on the plan, the map you see on the screen. And it's located on Berry Lane. Like I said, the Berry Lane is a lane that's located between Cedar Street and Churchill Avenue. In addition to this property, there's one or two other properties that are front on that. If I could have the next screen, please. Thank you. Again, this is the zoning map of the area, and the property is highlighted in blue. The property is zone C2, as you can see. C2 allows commercial uses and residential uses as long as they're not located on the ground floor. However, given the location of the property on a lane, it's not desirable to build commercial on that location because A, it will create traffic, and B, there will be really no visibility for any commercial uses. I believe the C2 zoning was placed in some error because it thought the property was part of the commercial properties, but it's an independent property. And in the past, it was developed with the residential uses. As per city's record, there was semi-detached dwelling located on the property, and that was demolished and not that long ago. If I could have the next screen, please. I was not able to hear the presentation that Michael Campos may have made, so I don't know whether he made any presentation or not, because I couldn't see anything on YouTube. It's not coming through for some reason. The property is located in a mix of uses, heights and types of uses. There are commercial uses to the southeast. There's also a Westgate Plaza located just a few blocks up the street. Properties are well served by public transit. There's a public transit on Cedar Street, St. Andrew Street, and Churchill Avenue. There's also elementary, senior elementary, secondary schools, and separate school located close by. And also there's a Victoria Park that could provide services to this area. The properties basically are zoned to match the uses, and subject property, as I said, should not have been zone C2. Barry Lane is a through lane. Could I have the next screen, please? This shows the proposed semi-detached dwelling. The lower one is the one we are currently discussing at 1113. The other one's 1570. We'll discuss in a few minutes. Next screen, please. This screen shows the house layout as well as the elevation of the property. It's a two-story and with a garage at the front, and also a second driveway, second parking space will be in the driveway in front of the garage. Next screen, please. The property has 13.97 or almost 14 meter frontage, an area of 510 square meters. As I said, there was a semi-detached dwelling located, which was recently removed. And we are requesting rezoning to RS1 to allow this proposed use. We are also requesting that Berry Lane be recognized as a public street under the zoning bylaw. It should have been recognized in the first place, but somehow it got missed, and Berry Street was listed, which in fact meets the requirements. So I think this was error in the bylaw. Next screen, please. The proposal also requires the following special provision. Lot frontage is required 9 meters for each semi, and we are requesting 6.98 meters. And lot area of 270 meters required. We are requesting 249.8 square meters. These are, in my opinion, not major and are very minor, and also should not have any negative impact on the neighboring properties. Next screen, please. Under planning policy, the proposal will meet the provincial policy statements because it's located in a settlement area, and it'll efficiently use the land and infrastructure that's already there, and is a transit supportive. As I said, the transit is already available in the area. Next screen, please. Similar to provincial policy statement, the property also will meet the growth plan because it's located in a built-up area, also in a settlement area, and a majority where most of the growth is supposed to take place in the settlement area and the built-up area as this property is located. It will also help meeting the minimum density requirements that are set out in the growth plan. Next screen, please. Similar to PPS and growth plan, the proposal also will meet the region's official plan because the property is located again in a settlement area and built-up area, and the plan recommends that 40% of the growth take place in these built-up areas. It also will help complete the community by utilizing vacant properties, and it's very similar in massing and scale and density to other properties in the area. And it also will help diversify the available type of uses by providing semi-detached dwellings. Next screen, please. Under Cambridge official plan, again, it's located in the built-up areas, designated low, medium density, and it allows, the OP allows these uses. And then the plan encourages intensification that's compatible, which this project is, in my opinion. And also it's an infill project that replaces basically what was there at the property previously. Next screen, please. A pre-consultation was done, and in addition to the regular application fees, source water protection, there are special requirements for an archaeological resources report and also servicing report, and these two were provided and they support the proposal, and there are no architecture resources located on the property. Next screen, please. In conclusion, it's my opinion that the proposal is compatible with the neighboring properties. It's an infill project that simply replaces what was there before. It's a desired project. All the infrastructure is available to support the project and is not expected to have any negative impact on the surrounding properties. It will increase the choice available by providing semi-detached dwellings and will assist the city and the region in meeting minimum density requirements. The requested special provision, again, in my opinion, are not major. They're very minor, and the property will be, it should not have any impact on the surrounding properties. That's my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Hans, and thank you for sharing your presentation with us this morning. We will hold questions for staff and the consultant until after all the delegations have spoken today. And as we move forward, we have no pre-registered delegations for this public meeting. So I will now open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to agenda item number 5.1, report 22-041 CD, public meeting report 11 to 13 Berry Lane, 274-8058 Ontario, Inc., care of Hans Mott. Again, individuals wishing to speak can contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. At this time, I'm going to confer with our clerk to determine if any individuals have called in requesting to speak to this item. And should we have callers after the first call out, we will contact them in order. So I'll ask that you please be patient, and while we await the callers, we're going to take a 2-minute break. And if you can turn your cameras off and mics off, we'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. I've been advised that we have not received any callers, so we have not received requests to speak to this item during our first short break. So we'll now move into a longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in and speak to Report 22-041 CD Public Meeting Report 11-13 Berry Lane, 2748058 Ontario Inc., care of Hans Madden. Again, I remind viewers that individuals wishing to speak to this item may contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. And after each participant has been given the opportunity to speak, I will make a final call for delegations before closing this public meeting. As noted, in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, we are now going to take a 4-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for any members of the public to phone in and speak to Report 22-041 CD, Public Meeting Report 11-13 Berry Lane, 2748058 Ontario Inc., care of Hans Madden. So please turn your camera and mics off and join us back in 4 minutes. Well, welcome back, everyone. We have not received any request to speak to this item during our second short break. And I've received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received, and that at this time we have heard from all those who want to speak today, and that's no one. So before putting the motion on the floor, I will ask council if they have any questions for our consultant or staff in relation to the presentation. So any questions? Sorry, I should present myself, but are there any questions that council has for staff or for Mr. Madden? I do see one. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Mann, and through you. I'm just wondering the properties that are behind this or adjacent. They were commercial. I believe one used to be a former beer or wine brewing company that appears to be abandoned. I didn't know if we had anything in the future, if there are any plans to develop those properties, or if there's going to be any conflict, if those are going to be commercial with residential this close. Just trying to assess the whole area to see where this potential change fits.
Thank you. And turning to staff, Mr. Campos, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Hamilton, yeah, the Berry Lane has already existing residential. So there are existing residential uses in proximity to that commercial, and they've already shared that that kind of area. And there's no current plans as of my understanding for the commercial site and whether or not that's planned to be redeveloped, whether it'll continue with commercial or will move to a different type of use. But given that the residential uses are already existing in an existing residential neighborhood that has been there for quite some time, has existed next to these commercial uses, I think that it's something that will complement it, and there shouldn't be any sort of compatibility issues, just given the recent history of those sites already being residential.
Thank you. And a follow-up question, Councillor Mann, if I may?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I suppose, I mean, I've walked Berry Lane. It's a really quirky, interesting little space in the city. And I know some of the residential homes there look like they've been there for quite some time. And I mean that in a very good way. They're really unique. Is the lane wide enough for 2 cars, or would it be, is it, if it's converted from a lane to, I remember reading, to a city street, would it be one way? Or could you have traffic flowing in both directions? Or would there have to be changes for that if buildings like this start going up in Berry Lane?
Yeah, through you, and I can see that Hans would like to respond as well. But I also drove through the site not too long ago, and it is wide enough to fit 1 vehicle at the moment. And so we'll have to wait to see transportation comments on their review of the site and whether or not it's appropriate to be considered a public street. But that is something that we'll have to look into a little further to get an accurate answer for you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And Mr. Madden, did you want to address that?
Yeah, I just want to add to that through you, Chairman, to Councillor, Hamilton. The lane is 20 feet wide or 6 meters, which in my opinion is sufficient for 2 cars to pass each other. There's no parking allowed in the lane. And there are a number of other similar lanes that provide 2-way traffic. But if necessary, as is a through lane, then the transportation department can decide that they want to make it 1-way, and that could also work. But in my opinion, it's wide enough to 2 cars to pass, because cars are normally 6 to 6.5 feet wide at the most, and this lane is 20 feet wide in total.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Thank you. And turning back to council, are there any other questions in relation to the presentations that we've had this morning? And I'll ask just one more time, are there any questions that council has for in relation to 11 to 13 Berry Lane? Seeing none, we will now place the motion on the floor and move to debate and comments. But I remind council that today this item is only before us as a report, and we are to refer to this report back to staff so that they can move ahead with this item, bringing it back to council with recommendations at a future date. So I believe Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Would you read it in its entirety, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Item 22-0401-CD Public Meeting Report -11-13 Berry Lane Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation that report 22-041-CD be received and that application RO3-22 for 11-13 Berry Lane be referred back to staff for subsequent report and staff recommendation. And speaking to this item, as the ward councillor, I have no problems with this development. As has been said, this is replacing an existing, well, demolished now, residential use. And I think it will fit in with the neighborhood and will help us with much needed housing.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. And just turning to the rest of council, are there any other questions that council have for staff? Does council have any comments they'd like to make in relation to this motion? Councillor Mehta, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Mayor. I would just echo Councillor Wolf's comments based on what I've seen so far and what I've heard. It looks like it'd be an appropriate kind of development for the area for a lot of the reasons that have already been mentioned. And I believe it's very sympathetic with the neighborhood, and it's a form of thoughtful intensification and also a type of housing that we do need in the community. It kind of fits in with that missing middle that we need more of. So from what I can see, it looks like we're on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. And moving on to Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Councillor Mann, and through you. Yeah, from what I've seen so far, I think this is a great potential transformation of some of the areas on Barry's Lane. I've certainly walked through that lane many times, and to take an old derelict piece of property and breathe new life into it and to create a space where families and children can live, I think is always a positive change in the neighborhood. And so I look at this area, this lane, proximity to stores, schools, grocery stores as well. And I think from what I've seen so far, it's more than appropriate. And I'm excited to see what comes next. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And I don't see any other comments from council. I'll just make a couple myself. I too agree with the comments that have been made. This is an excellent use of the properties at 11-13 Berry Lane, and I think it's an appropriate intensification in an area and in dire need for our city. So I want to thank the staff and presenters for their presentations this morning, and I'm going to turn to the clerk now and ask for the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
And Councillor Mann.
In favor. And that motion carries. And just to let staff and council know, we are experiencing some technical difficulties at this end, but we're trying to fumble our way through, and so far we've done pretty well, I think. What we're going to do is move on to the next agenda item, and that is number 5.2, report 22-042 CD, public meeting report 15-17 Berry Lane, 122559056 Canada Inc., care of Hans Madden. And we will hear from staff, the consultants, and then move to pre-registered delegations, followed by anyone who wishes to call into this item. I'll ask council rather to hold off on any questions for staff until we hear from all delegations today as part of this public meeting. And today we will begin with a presentation from Michael Campos, our intermediate planner, who will provide an overview of this report. And again, welcome, Michael, and thanks for being here. And just ask the clerk to move forward with the next screen as you go through your presentation.
Thank you, and good morning again, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I'm an intermediate planner with the city, and I'm here today to present the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted for 15 to 17 Berry Lane. This will be a bit of a similar presentation to the previous presentation for 11 to 13 Berry Lane, given their identical applications. Next slide, please. And so the purpose of today's meeting is to formally introduce the proposed planning application to council and the public. Notice was again mailed to assessed owners within 120 meters of the subject property and anyone else who had requested notification in accordance with the Planning Act. And notice was also provided in the Cambridge Times. Should anyone have any questions regarding the application or would like to receive further information, future notification, please feel free to contact me at the email provided. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, the application is currently in the public meeting stage, which is early in the review process. Any next steps will include the review of staff and agency comments, as well as comments received at this meeting that will help form our recommendation to prepare a report to be presented to council for review and final decision. Next slide, please. And so the subject lands are located on Berry Lane, situated north of Cedar Street and west of St. Andrew Street. This property is located on the western side of Grand River, just west of the Galt Court area, and are the northern lots shown on the image. We have just spoken about 11 to 13 Berry Lane, which is those adjacent, the adjacent property to the immediate south. This site has a total lot area of approximately 460 square meters and is also currently vacant. This site was also previously developed with residential uses prior to being demolished. Next slide, please. And so as can be on your screen, the applicant is proposing to develop the property with a two-story semi-detached residential dwelling. The dwelling would contain 2 units and 2 parking spaces per unit, where one would be located within a provided single-car garage and a second in the access driveway. Each unit will be identical in layout and will also provide for a gross floor area of about 1,700 square feet. A private rear yard amenity space will be provided for each unit, with a depth of approximately 10 meters. Should the zoning bylaw amendment eventually be approved by council, a consent application would be required to sever the property to create the individually owned lots. Next slide, please. And so this slide is an illustration of the proposed elevation of the townhouse. Again, this is a 2-story semi-detached dwelling and will be identical to the proposed townhouse dwelling to the immediate south. Next slide, please. And in order to facilitate the development of the residential dwellings, the applicant will be required to amend the zoning from the current commercial C2 zone to the residential RS1 zone, which would permit the requested residential uses. In addition, the applicant is also seeking to establish site-specific provisions that would help facilitate the proposed design, and they would include the following: to permit a minimum lot frontage of 6.87 meters, whereas a minimum lot frontage of 9 meters is required; to permit a minimum lot area of 224.6 square meters, whereas a minimum lot area of 270 square meters is required; to permit a minimum interior side yard setback of 0.91 meters, whereas a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.2 meters is required; to permit a maximum lot coverage of 41.5%, whereas a maximum lot coverage of 40% is permitted; and to recognize Berry Lane as a public street under section 1.1.6 of the city zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. The following are the considerations that will be taken in preparing a future recommendation report. In addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration will also be had for land use compatibility with surrounding existing development, the overall character of the existing neighborhood, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests that are being requested as part of this application, and any comments received from members of the council, public, city staff, and agency circulation. Next slide, please. And the staff recommendation is as written on the slide. That report 22042 CD, public meeting report 15 to 17 Berry Lane, 122559056 on Canada Inc., care of Hans Madan, be received, and that application R04/22 for 15 to 17 Berry Lane be referred back to staff for a subsequent report and staff recommendation. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Michael. And we'll now turn to our consultant and his presentation and take a moment to bring in Hans Madden again. Welcome, Hans, and thank you again for being with us today. I know you have a presentation that you want to make in relation to this item, and you can ask the clerk to move your slides forward as you proceed through your presentation. So welcome again, and please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mann. Good morning again, everybody. My name is Hans Madden, and I represent the owners of the property at 1517 Berry Lane. Next slide, please. Sorry, the property is shown in red on that screen. This is again zoning of the in the area, and the property is highlighted in blue. It's a mixed area which has commercial as well as residential and different type of residential uses. Next, please. It's located in, like I said, in mixed area, which is mix of uses, heights, types. There's some plexes located as well as single family, small, medium size, 1-story, 2-story, 1.5-story buildings. Commercial uses are located at the intersection of St. Andrew and Cedar Street, and West Grace Plaza is located a few blocks to the west. Public transit is available on Cedar Street, St. Andrew Street, and Churchill Avenue. And Highland Elementary, St. Andrew Senior, Southwood Secondary Public School are located in the area. And St. Gregory Separate School provides separate school for the people kids who may be living in this project. Victoria Park is also located nearby, and there are also other services available in the area. Most of the properties are zoned to match uses. However, this property somehow was zoned C2. I think it was under understanding there was part of the commercial use located to the south and east. However, it's a separate property, as mentioned before, and we're requesting a rezoning to RS1. Berry Lane is a through lane, and it's located between Cedar Street and Churchill Avenue. Next screen, please. This shows the layout of the property, proposed site plan, and the top plan is the one that's 1517 Berry Lane. Next plan, please. This is a layout of the house, and similar to the one at 1113 proposed, and it'll have a garage and also a second driveway in the a second parking space on the driveway, and it's a 2-story. And as I mentioned, there are other 2-story properties located in the area, so it should be compatible with surrounding properties. Next screen, please. A property has a frontage of 13.69 meters and an area of 460 square meters. There was a previously semi-detached dwelling located on the property that was recently removed, and we need rezoning from C2 to RS1 because C2 zone does not allow a semi-detached dwelling, even though it allows residential uses as long as they're located on a floor other than a ground floor. We also request that the Berry Lane be recognized as a public street. Next screen, please. The proposal also requires a few special provisions, namely lot frontage of 6.84 meters, whereas 9 meters required for each individual unit. Lot area and 224.6 square meters, whereas 270 meters required. And there's also a requirement for, sorry, I forgot to list it, for a variance to the side yard on one half of the semi-detached dwelling. Next screen, please. The proposal complies with the provincial policy statement because it's located in a settlement area. It will efficiently use the land and infrastructure that's located in the area, and it will be transit supportive. Next screen, please. Again, it also complies with the growth plan because it's located in the settlement area and in a built-up area where plan directs that most of the growth should take place. It will assist meeting the region and the city, the 50% requirement to be located in the built-up area. Next screen, please. Similar to the PPS and growth plan, it also complies with the region's official plan because it's located in a settlement area and a built-up area, and the plan directs that 45% of the growth should be directed to such area. So it helps the city meet this requirement. It also will complete the community as required by the policy of the plan by developing vacant land. And the proposal is very similar in massing and density, similar to other uses in the area. And it will diversify the uses by providing semi-detached dwellings, which may not be any located in the area. Next screen, please. Under Cambridge official plan, again, it is located designated low, medium density residential under the Cambridge official plan, and it allows the type of uses proposed. Plan encourages intensification that's compatible, and in my opinion, this is a compatible intensification, and it's an infill that simply replaces what was there before. I should also note that the density of the proposal for this lot is slightly higher than allowed by the official plan, which is 40 units per hectare. But in my opinion, it could be supported because it will diversify uses. It intensifies the area as proposed with the plan. It will be compatible with the surrounding user area, and also will increase the choice available by providing semi-detached dwellings, and also assist in providing affordable housing. At least it's better than a single family home in price wise. Next screen, please. Pre-consultation was taken place, and in addition to the application fees, planning justification report, and source water protection, special requirements were for an archaeological resources report, as well as the servicing report, and servicing brief, and both of these were provided, and there were no archaeological resources present on the property, and the servicing brief supports that there's sufficient services in the area to support the project. Next, please. Next. So in conclusion, it's my opinion that it complies with all the planning policies. It's an infill project that simply replaces what was there previously. It's a desirable development because it increases the choice, and all the infrastructure is available. All the other facilities are also available, schools, parks, commercial as well. It's not expected to have any negative impact on any of the properties, and it will increase the choice available for residential types. It will assist the city and the region meet the density requirements of provincial plans, PPS and growth plan. And the special provision that we are requesting are not expected to have any impact on the surrounding properties. Again, in final comment I'd like to make is that the slightly increase in density, in my opinion, is minor and can be supported. And it's my also humble opinion that density should not be looked at a lot by lot basis, but should be looked at it on an area basis. So that's the conclusion, and I'd be happy to answer a question either now or later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, for your presentation this morning. With no pre-registered delegations for this public meeting, I will now open the floor and call for any additional members of the public who would like to call in and speak to agenda item 5.2, report 22-042-CD, public meeting report 15 to 17 Berry Lane, 122559056 Canada Inc., care of Hans Madden. And again, individuals wishing to speak to this item can contact us at 519-740-4680, extension 4799. At this time, I'm going to confer with our clerk to determine if any individuals have called in requesting to speak to this item. And should we have callers after this first call out, we will contact them in order. I will ask for your patience while we await callers, and please turn off your cameras and mics while we take a minute to confirm this information. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. We have not received requests from anyone to speak to this item during our first short break. We'll now move into a longer break to give anyone watching the opportunity to call in to speak to Report 22-042 CD Public Meeting Report 1517 Berry Lane, 122559056 Canada Inc., care of Hans Madden. Again, I remind viewers that individuals wishing to speak to this item may contact us at 519-740-4680 extension 4799. After each participant has been given the opportunity to speak, I will be making a final call for delegations before closing the public meeting. As noted, in order to ensure that all those wishing to speak have an opportunity to do so, we are now going to call for a 5-minute recess to allow one more opportunity for members of the public to phone in and speak to Report 22-042 CD Public Meeting Report 15-17 Berry Lane, 122559056 Canada Inc., care of Hans Mudd. And I would just ask that everyone turns their camera and mic off, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I have received confirmation from staff that the phone lines and messages for the statutory public meeting call-in extension have all been received and there is nothing outstanding. We've heard from anyone who we requested to speak. Before putting the motion on the floor, I will ask council if they have any questions for our consultants or staff today. So to council, are there any questions of the consultant or staff? Does council have any questions? Okay, I'll remind council that today this item is only before us for receipt, and we are to refer this report back to staff so they can move ahead. And this item will be before council again with recommendations from staff at a later date. And now we'll call for the motion. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Would you please read it in its entirety?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Item 22-042, CD Public Meeting Report, 15-17 Berry Lane, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation that report 22-042 CD be received and that application R0422 for 1517 Berry Lane be referred back to staff for subsequent report and staff recommendation. And speaking to the motion, like the other motion, I think this is appropriate building for this lot. The semi-detached home will be an asset to the neighborhood, giving some diversity and much needed housing in the area. So I have no problems with the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Mehta, any questions? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I don't have any questions, just a comment when we get around to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. And to council, are there any other questions? And seeing none, we'll move back to you, Councillor Mehta. Go ahead with your comments, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Mayor. Basically, what Councillor Wolf had said, and I've got a short way to say my comments, which are similar to the last ditto. So, so thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other comments from council? Seeing none, I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
and Councillor Mann.
In favor?
And that carries.
Thank you. Well, thank you for being with us today. As we mentioned earlier, and as outlined in our council agenda today, council now will recess until 5 p.m. when we will reconvene to discuss the rest of our agenda. I want to thank you, Cambridge. Please stay safe, and we'll see the rest of you at 5 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Bye for now.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine McGarry. I'm the Mayor of the City of Cambridge and Chair of tonight's Special Council meeting. Welcome to those joining us virtually, and thank you to Councillor Mann for chairing this morning's statutory public meeting. This morning, I was not at the meeting because I was really pleased to join MPP Mike Harris and our colleagues from the region of Waterloo, Kitchener, and Waterloo to announce over $12 million in funding for Waterloo Region Police Services, and mainly their Community Wellbeing and Engagement branch, which is aimed at connecting people with the mental health and addiction support they need. Undoubtedly great news for our community and Waterloo region. Also, from our policing partner point of view, Chief Larkin announced his retirement this past week. I know that all of us here wish him the best as he starts a new chapter in his career. I'm also hoping that all of us had a restful Easter weekend. We do continue to meet virtually, and so let's remember to be patient and kind at all times, both here on Zoom, in the community, and online, as we adjust to getting back to the community after the last 2 years. Now let's get on to tonight's agenda. I'm going to ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we're coming to you electronically today. Madam Clerk?
And Councillor Adshade and Councillor Devine have both sent their regrets. So I'll move on to Councillor Ermetta,
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
I don't see Councillor Liggett yet. Councillor Mann,
Present.
Councillor Reid,
Present.
Councillor Wolf,
Present.
and Mayor McGarry.
Present. Thank you. In addition, we're going to take a moment and welcome the staff that we have joining us this evening. Joining us electronically, we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Dave Bush, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, and Yogesh Shah, our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Prime, our City Solicitor is Lisa Shields. Our Chief Planner is Lisa Prime. I apologize. And we also have staff joining us from other divisions this evening, and they'll join the meeting when their item is up for discussion. Clerking the meeting today, we have our Deputy City Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and we have Mallory Greenoff and Michael Oliveri, Council Committee Services Coordinators, and also Rachel Latour, Administrative Assistant to the City Clerk. Thanks again to our Technology Services staff, Greg Elgie, who's assisting with logistics for this evening's meeting. Now, a reminder to members of council that the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires members of council to declare any direct or indirect pecuniary interest in relation to any matter under consideration. So members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? And seeing none, we're going to move forward with our agenda for this evening. We're going to move into closed session first. And Councillor Hamilton, I believe you have the motion for us to move into closed session. Will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ermetta. Recommendation that in accordance with section S.239E and F of the Municipal Act 2001, Council to convene in closed session at 5:05 p.m. to consider the following subject matters: litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, a litigation update; advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, litigation update, and confidential legal advice.
Thank you. Does council have any comments? And seeing none, I'm going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Ermetta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
Favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for your patience while we prepare to move into closed session. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're now going to rise from closed session. And Councillor Mann, you have the motion to rise. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wolf that council rise from closed session and reconvene in open session at 6:19 p.m.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Ermetta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
Favor?
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor.
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. And while in closed, discussions occurred with council and staff related to a litigation update and confidential legal advice, and staff were provided with instruction. So we'll now move into our first item for this evening for consideration, and that's the consent agenda. And please note that if a member of council wishes to comment on any of the consent items, please let us know. And in the interest of time, we will look to vote on the consent procedure in a block. But if you wish to comment, you're certainly welcome to do so. So this evening, Councillor Wolf has requested to pull report 22-006-CRS 2021 year-end operating update that was listed as item 10.5 of your agenda. And this item will be discussed after the development charges core area exemption report this evening. Councillor Reid, I believe you have the revised motion with the 2021 year-end operating update report removed. Would you like the clerk to read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that all items listed under the heading of consent agenda for the April 19th, 2022 council agenda be adopted as recommended. 10.1 Special Council Minutes, March 22nd, 2022 and April 5th, 2022. 10.2 Council Information Package, April 8th, 2022. 10.3 Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee Meeting Minutes, January 20th, 2022 and February 17th, 2022. 10.4 Arts and Culture Advisory Committee Meeting Minutes, March 23rd, 2022. 10.5 22-024 CD holding removal 647 Coronation Boulevard, Sanchez Holman Designs Limited. 10.6 Report 22-028 CD 2021 Growth and Staging of Development. 10.7 Report 22-009 CRS 2021 Year-End Report on Investments. 10.8 Report 22023 CRS 2022 Final Tax Levy. 10.9 Report 22008-CRS Development Charges Statement for the year ended December 31st, 2021. And 10.10 Report 22038 CD Linden Drive Park Development Additional Funding.
Thank you. So I'll look to members of council at this point and just ask if anyone else wishes to pull any additional items from the consent agenda. And seeing none, are there any questions for staff at this time? And does council have any comments? And seeing none, I'm going to ask our clerk, who is sitting on my right side, to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. All right, so we're now going to move into consideration of reports. And up first is agenda item number 11.1.1, Report 22-019-CRS Development Charges Core Areas Exemption. Today, we're going to begin with a presentation with Katie Fisher, Deputy Treasurer, who will provide an overview of this report. And I do understand that Nancy Neal, Manager, Watson and Associates Economists Limited, is available for questions. So I'm just going to ensure that Nancy is on my screen. And we're just bringing her in. Nancy, are you with us on the screen? I just wanted to see that you're here.
I am.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks for standing by. Okay, thank you, Katie. And I understand you have a presentation, so just let the clerk know when you're ready for the slides to be advanced. And welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of council for allowing me to present today information on the city's DC core areas exemption. Over the years, work towards supporting the growth and vibrancy of the core areas has included various programs, grants, financial incentives, and other work undertaken by staff. The rising cost of the wave DCs in the core areas demonstrates the success that staff and council have achieved through these programs to date. While work towards vibrant and attractive cores continues, this should be balanced with the cost to taxpayers in order to keep tax rates affordable. Next slide, please. The consideration of the draft bylaw to eliminate the core areas exemption today follows certain legislative processes that are required under the DC Act. The proposed amendments to the city's DC background study was released publicly on February 1st. The study was posted on the city's website and distributed to a list of active home builders, developers, development consultants, Chamber of Commerce, BIAs, the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and any other interested parties who contacted us to be added to the city's DC distribution list. A public meeting was held on February 15th, at which council heard from developers within the community. Since that time, staff have continued working on analyzing the forecasted impacts as well as discussing with developers. Next slide, please. Some of the comments heard from the development community through the public meeting included a request to extend the elimination of the exemption to October 31st, 2022, ensure that the city is promoting the marketability of cores, and ensure that the city is supporting affordable housing. Extending the elimination of the exemption to October 31st would result in an additional $5.9 million and an additional tax rate increase of 0.99%. More information on this will be presented in a later slide. In terms of the marketability of the cores, the city has recently launched the new Core Areas Transformation Fund, or CADF, in 2020, consisting of an investment of $20 million. This transformational fund includes a new community improvement plan consisting of various grant opportunities, as well as a standalone stream for placemaking projects. Further information on the proposed work surrounding the placemaking pillar is anticipated within the coming months. Regarding the city's work supporting affordable housing, currently the city has the following in place: an affordable housing community improvement plan launched in 2016, which includes the deferral of DCs for 20 years interest-free, and an affordable housing reserve fund and associated policy implemented in 2019. It is recommended that staff review this reserve fund and policy to assess the possible creation of a grant program to offset the cost of DCs for eligible developments. Next slide, please. Before we jump into the forecasted cost of the DC waivers, I wanted to provide a brief overview of the so-called freeze provisions in the DC Act. In 2019, the province made certain changes to the DC Act, one of which was adding section 26.2, which effectively freezes whatever DC rates are in place for a development at the time they submit a complete zoning bylaw amendment application or site plan application after January 1st, 2020. It should be noted, however, that there are two scenarios that would cancel the freeze for a development. If the development is not proceeding within 2 years following approval of the site plan or zoning bylaw amendment, or if a new site plan or zoning bylaw amendment application is submitted, then the effective freeze date is updated to the most recent application date. So to be clear, if a development has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application prior to the elimination of the core areas exemption, they would be eligible for the freeze. However, if they subsequently need to submit a site plan application, the freeze date would be re-triggered at that time. And if the exemption has been eliminated by that point, then the development would no longer be eligible for the exemption. Next slide, please. As a result of these freeze provisions in the DC Act, even if the DC core areas exemption was eliminated immediately, this has a forecasted cost of $33 million. Note that this figure has changed since the public meeting on February 15th as a result of additional applications being received or identified. The first two rows in this table represent those sites that have been frozen under the DC Act. The next row pertains to 55 Kerr Street. This development submitted its applications in 2019 and therefore does not qualify for the freeze provisions under the DC Act, since those provisions are only for applications submitted after January 1st, 2020. Since the developers could in theory resubmit at no cost to them, but added work for the city, it is recommended that the city enter into an early payment arrangement with their owners, making the DCs triggered today while the exemption is still in place, meaning their DCs payable by them today would be $0. Next slide, please. Due to the rising costs of the exemption to tax and rate payers, staff recommend eliminating the exemption immediately. This would result in a forecasted cost of $33 million. As this was based on current open site plan applications and developers must proceed to building permit within 2 years of approval, this cost is anticipated to be incurred over the next 3 years. To smooth the impact to tax and rate payers, staff recommend funding it over 5 years, which would require a tax rate increase of 3.22%. Other options council may consider are included in the report. One of these is to authorize entering into an early payment arrangement for 102 Fountain Street. This development was a delegate at the public meeting requesting an extension of the elimination to October in order to provide them time to submit their applications. An alternative to limit exposure of even more applications coming in during this so-called notice period is to enter into an early payment arrangement specifically with that development. This would increase the tax rate impact to 3.97%. The report also forecasts the impact of providing that notice period, making the elimination effective October 31st. This is currently forecasted to be a tax rate increase of 4.21%, but bears the risk that it could grow if additional applications are received during that notice period than staff had forecasted. Lastly, staff have forecasted the cost if the exemption is not eliminated, which totals over $55 million. The timing of these costs coming in is less certain, as many are in the very early stages of pre-planning, but it is estimated to be 5 to 10 years. Given the uncertainty of timing, staff have not yet calculated the tax rate impact needed to fund these, but it would be expected to build on the 4.21% identified in the third option and increase from there. The first three options provide a finite endpoint to tax and ratepayers needing to fund the exemptions, which would be in 5 years. Following this point, the budget line for funding these exemptions can be eliminated, resulting in savings for taxpayers or ability to reinvest the line in other strategic actions. The last alternative leaves the exemptions open-ended, meaning they would be expected to continue for the foreseeable future and possibly continue to grow as well. The financial implications of funding the WAVE DCs will be referred to the 2023 budget, including reviewing the possible use of existing reserve funds, such as the Economic Development Reserve Fund, which has an uncommitted balance of $9.8 million. Next slide, please. To date, we have had a 1.5% tax levy increase in 2020's budget, following council approval of the DC bylaw in 2019. We did an additional 1% in 2022's budget, anticipating this upcoming cost, but prior to availability of all the information. Now, if these developments with open applications do proceed to the building permit stage, we would require a further tax levy increase between 3.22% to 4.21%, depending on council's decision today. That means over the years, the cumulative tax increase would total between 5.72% and 6.71%. Similarly, the water utilities budget would also require an increase. Next slide, please. The core area exemptions have benefited economic growth for a number of years, but now that we have been successful in launching the momentum of growth in the core areas, it may be time to shift the focus to overall affordability in the community. If taxes become too high as a result of funding the WAVE DCs, as well as other strategic initiatives the city wants to fund, it may become an affordability issue in the community, which could result in residents moving away. In terms of taxes as a percentage of household income, we are higher than Waterloo and Kitchener and currently on par or just slightly above the average of our comparators in the greater Golden Horseshoe area. But this could potentially change so that Cambridge is even higher if the city continues to fund the core area DC exemptions. People may not want to move to Cambridge and live in these developments if taxes in the community are higher than neighboring communities. For these reasons, staff recommend eliminating the DC core areas exemption immediately with an effective date of April 20, 2022. Next slide, please. To end my presentation today, I wanted to provide a slide again from the public meeting on February 15th. Having an exemption in place is not the norm for municipalities across Ontario. Most do not have such an exemption. The City of Waterloo eliminated its core area exemption in 2009 and Kitchener in 2019. While there may be additional exemptions that we are not aware of, this map shows where exemptions are in place. Of note, the City of Hamilton's exemption is currently only 40% and is being phased out at a rate of 10% per year. The other municipalities surrounding Cambridge who do have an exemption are Brantford, Woodstock, Ingersoll, and Tillsonburg. Our common comparators of Waterloo, Kitchener, Guelph, and Milton, however, do not have an exemption in place. That concludes my presentation, but should there be any questions, I am happy to answer them. I also have with me today our DC consultant from Watson and Associates, who may be called upon to answer questions of a more technical nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. And we're going to hold questions right now for yourself and possibly the consultants until after all of our delegations have had their chance to speak today. We have 4 pre-registered delegations for this agenda item. So we're going to start with Babar Khan Mirza, and your patience please as staff try and bring our delegation into the meeting. Hello, Babar. It's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please hear you. How you doing?
Great. And I can hear you too. So I'll just make a couple of remarks and let you know when you can have your time. But thanks very much for joining us this evening to delegate to this item. And just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. And please ensure that your remarks remain respectful, that they relate directly to the agenda item, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll let you know when your 5 minutes is up, but you will hear a bell at the 4-minute mark, and that'll give you about a minute to wrap up your remarks. If you would just stay on afterwards, please, in case there are questions of clarification from council members for you, and I'll help to guide you through that process. So welcome, and you have 5 minutes, so please begin.
Hi, my name is Babar Mirza. I'm representing a company. We got land in city of Cambridge, 986 and 1030 King Street. So we purchased this land because we have some incentive available. It's a SO lot. It's a contaminated site. So we saw that the land is exempt from the development charges. So we proceed to inquire the land. So then we go all through the procedure. Then we just close the land after like 4 or 5 months, like a due diligence period. Then we deal with the city planner, and we already have application for pre-consultations in the city of Cambridge. It's already applied. So my request is to consider my incentive, like for this particular property, for exemption of the development charges. I will be really appreciate that. That's my main concern of because I know that today you guys are deleting the bylaw for development charges to be applied. That's the main thing.
Okay, thank you, Babar. So I'm just going to look to members of council now to see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Mann has one. Please go ahead and pose your question.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation, Babar. And can you tell me when you first started looking at this property?
In July 2021.
And thank you. And if I can have a follow-up, Madam Chair, and when did the property close?
It closed like last Friday. The Friday, I think, which passed is 13th of April 2022.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I was wondering what you're planning on building on this property.
I'm building a condominium building. I think we propose, 10-story building and roughly 269 units.
And follow up, would any of these units be affordable housing?
No, we did not apply as affordable housing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for our delegation? And Mr. Babar, just for one of my questions, what was the address that was in question here? I just missed that when you were saying it.
Sure, 986 and 1030 King Street.
Okay,
Cambridge.
thank you. Great. Thank you. Councillor
You're
Liggett, you have a question? Please go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Babar, did you ask for an extension on your closing when you realized that we were voting on a DC exemption removal?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't understand the question. Like we were in a period when I talked to I was talking with the planner with the city of Cambridge. There was nothing posted on the website. So then all of a sudden, like I called there to find out regarding something. I'm not sure, but I find out that they told me that city is adopting a motion to delete the development charges. So they told me that this happening. So that's why I start worrying about, and then I move forward about this.
Oh, okay, so my question to you was, did you go back to your real estate agent or your lawyer and ask for an extension from last Friday till after tonight was decided in case you have to pay development charges? Did you ask for that extension?
No, we already closed the transaction. I did not ask.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. So when you sent the emails out to councillors, you hadn't closed yet?
No.
Okay, so my question was, did you contact your lawyer as
Councillor Liggett,
yes?
the delegation has already answered your question.
Oh, I didn't think he understood my question. Okay.
Yeah, he has answered it. Any further questions? Seeing none, I wanted to thank you for delegating to our meeting this evening, and you can continue to follow along this item if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. So thank you for taking the time with us this evening, Babar.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. And our next delegation is Chris Pigeon from GSP Group. So we'll take a moment to bring Chris into our meeting. Chris, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Mayor. I'm just switching headsets from YouTube and the wonderful background music.
Okay, I'll just give you a second there.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm ready now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And as you know, we've got 5 minutes to speak. You will hear a bell at the 4-minute mark. And if you wouldn't mind just staying on the line afterwards, Chris, in case there's any questions of clarification for you. And thanks for joining us this evening, and you may begin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and members of Council. I'm here this evening representing Hogstown Holdings Preston, Inc., specifically with regard to the former Preston Springs Hotel and the 2 adjacent properties in the Preston core area. This site is one of the most important properties in the City of Cambridge. Notwithstanding that the building closed over 30 years ago in 1990 and was ultimately demolished by the demolition order, it will long be remembered as an important anchor for the Preston core, with one of the most important vistas looking north up King Street. Over the last 10 years, Hogstown Group of Companies has gone through at least 5 conceptual designs, multiple pre-consultation meetings with staff, and has had at least 2 developer partners, including an affordable housing and a long-term care provider, that have looked to redevelop the site, but they ultimately walked away. It is a complex property, and it requires financial incentives due to issues relating to heritage, topography, the record of site condition and the Ministry of Acknowledgement, vehicular access, to name just a few issues to realize redevelopment. Notwithstanding the demolition order in 2019, the legal challenges that ensued and are ongoing, and the former City Commissioner of Planning's decision to withhold any redevelopment applications. In late 2021, with the appointment of Ms. Lisa Prime, the city's new chief planner, Hogstown recognized new optimism to advance a meaningful redevelopment application. In December 2021, Hogstown and I met with Ms. Prime and Mr. Blevins to introduce themselves, introduce Hogstown and present a new redevelopment application for the site. Hogstown had gone through an architect's and heritage architect search process and created a redevelopment proposal that would commemorate the site, pay respect to the former hotel, and look forward to modern adaptive redevelopment as an anchor to the Preston core. Really, it's the next chapter in the legacy for the site. Just before Christmas, Hogstown was advised to submit and has been working on a formal application to realize the development concept. And it was in early February of this year, we learned of the city's initiative to eliminate the development charge core area exemption, which is fundamental to the success of redevelopment of the site. In an effort to qualify for the DC exemption, we met again with city staff, and Ms. Prime and Mr. Blevins were trying to assist Hogstown and requested that we submit a site plan application as quickly as possible. On March 18th, 22, we submitted a detailed site plan drawing set for mixed-use redevelopment with a point and a mid-rise tower, ground floor commercial uses, direct access to Fountain Street, heritage gardens to the north with pedestrian connections to Abraham Street, podium parking and amenities, and at the centerpiece of the redevelopment, an outdoor piazza called Preston Square. We also submitted a heritage impact assessment, geotech and slope stability assessment that were accepted by the Conservation Authority, a preliminary servicing report, the Ministry of Environment acknowledgement of the record of site condition, and the application and covering letter. The intention, of course, was to have the site plan application deemed complete in advance of the new bylaw and maintain the core area exemption. We have now been advised that staff cannot deem that application complete in the absence of the zoning bylaw amendment application. We're actively working on a formal zone change application, but we're not able to have that application into the city and deemed complete before the new bylaw is enacted. For example, one of the prerequisites for the application is a traffic impact study, and quite frankly, it's not possible to do a technical review of traffic given the pandemic and the impacts on volumes of traffic and traffic patterns. Traffic is starting to return to normal. We could do a traffic study, collect traffic numbers in May and June, have that traffic study completed in September, and the application deemed complete in October. Tonight, I'm here to request on behalf of Hogstown that either council provide an outright exemption to Hogstown or provide us with the opportunity to submit a zone change application by October 31, 2022 to realize the core area exemption. We really want to thank planning and finance staff. They clearly recognize the importance of this site, and Hogstown continues to try and redevelop this very iconic site in Preston core. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your time this evening. So I'm just going to turn to members of council to see if there's any questions for you. I do have one. I'm going to Councillor Mann first. Please go ahead and pose your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you for your presentation, Chris. And I just wanted to make sure that I heard the date correctly. You said that you would like to request an exemption to Hogstown, and you think that it would be complete by October 31st, 2022?
Thank you, Councillor. So through the Mayor, we believe that we can get a zone change application submitted and deemed complete, that's right, by the end of October, if that is Council's direction.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Liggett. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, you had said an August date. What was that for? You could have what done by August?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. So because traffic patterns are starting to return to normal, we believe that we can collect traffic counts in May and June We typically need about 6 to 8 weeks to complete a traffic report, to actually do the analysis and finish the report. That would be done by August. We could then submit the full application in September, allow staff time to deem the application complete by, we're saying, the end of October. So the August date was to have the traffic study finished.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have another question next from Councillor Wolf. Please go ahead, pose your question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess 2 questions. One, you asked for 2 things, or gave us 2 choices, I understand. So we could just give you the exemption tonight,
Yes.
or we could wait, give it to you for October. Is that correct?
Yes, that's exactly right, Councillor. Thank you.
Okay. And if you don't get either one of those, how will that affect your development? Will it stop it, or just you're going to do less there, or how would it affect it?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So my understanding, and Paul DeHaas is going to be presenting as well, but my understanding is that their financing partner, that is coming due in September, and if they are not realizing some advancement on the site, then the financing is probably going to cease. And what Paul has indicated is that there may be a power of sale of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett's next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Chris, you know, you're asking us to do these things, and I'm sure Mr. Hawes will be asking us to do the same thing, but it doesn't come without a, you know, an opposite repercussion here. So we're being asked to support the developer and put it on the backs of the taxpayers, and because it still has to be paid. So tell me why we should do that, please. Serious question, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So this is a unique site. It has a lot of challenges. I think Council is aware of not only the history, but the challenges associated with the site. And it will either, in my opinion, remain vacant if it doesn't have some assistance to get going, or it will be redeveloped with the incentive. And the redevelopment ultimately will create revenue for the city of Cambridge in the form of property tax. Having it sitting vacant for years to come, or in perpetuity, I should say, because redevelopment would create property tax in perpetuity for the city of Cambridge for 50+ years. That is the return on investment by the city of Cambridge.
And I'm going to turn to Councillor Wolf and see if that's a legacy hand, or whether you had oh, it was a legacy hand. First one. Chris, I had a question, and it was really regarding some of the delay that has been experienced. And I think you just sort of spoke to that. Just wondering if you would clarify that, you know, as this property is sort of held up, has the pandemic or the costs related to the demolition of the site delayed compared to what they are usually? And if so, then has that affected where you're at right now in bringing forward a solution?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, Council, I think the demolition itself and the legal challenge that has taken place really threw a monkey wrench into the advancement of redevelopment plans for this site. Elaine Brunshaw, who I think I greatly respected and think highly of, she had indicated not to bring redevelopment application for this site until those legal wranglings had come to a conclusion. More recently, the new chief planner, Lisa Prime, met with Hogstown, and that was literally the week before Christmas, and she and Matthew Blevins said, bring a redevelopment application as quickly as you can. So Hogstown's been working on that. We have the site plan application in. What we understand is that notwithstanding the staff report in February that said either a site plan application or a zone change application, that we cannot be, I'll use the term grandfathered for the DC exemption on the basis of the site plan application alone. But we don't have sufficient time to get the zone change application in, albeit that now what we're committing to is being able to do that by October. So that has been the delay. Hogstown was advised not to advance redevelopment applications. And in December, just before Christmas, they were advised get the application in. So they're working on it.
Okay, I can see that. And again, just clarification around, I think this has been a common problem throughout the province because of the pandemic, and court has been, I think, backed up in order to resolve some of the issues. So just clarifying again that that is an issue here as well.
Yes, Mayor. That and Paul certainly can speak to that more clearly than I can.
Okay. Okay, I'll save that for him as well. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much for joining us this evening and spending the time to delegate with us. And again, you can continue now switching back to your YouTube channel and watching the remainder of this item if you so wish. And thanks again, Chris.
Okay, thank you, Counsel.
Okay, our next delegation is going to be the owner of the property, Paul DeHaas, and he has asked for 15 minutes to speak. So council will need to vote to extend for additional time on this. So I think with that, we'll just go straight to a vote. And that's, again, to allow the proponent not 5 minutes, but 15 minutes to speak. So we'll go to a vote on that. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
No.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So we'll now bring Mr. DeHaas into the meeting. Paul, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me? Paul, you're unmuted now. Are you able to hear me? Sorry, you're muted now, I think. Now, do you hear me now?
I can hear you now, yes.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
And council did vote to allow you 15 minutes to speak to this project. And then if you would stay on the line afterwards, then council may have some questions for you and I'll guide you through that process. So at about 1 minute before 15 minutes, you will hear a bell and that'll give you about a minute to wrap up if you've gone that long. So welcome, Mr. DeHaas, and you've got 15 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, members of council. I did have a chronological slideshow, which I was hoping to have put up on the screen while I speak.
Yep, it is now. And if you would just alert the clerk to when you want the next slide to be advanced forward, they'll do that for you. So we see it now. Go ahead, please.
Okay, all right. So just following up on a letter that I sent to Madam Mayor and members of council last week. My name is Paul DeHaas. My company is Hogstown Holdings Preston Inc. And we are the owners of 102 to 110, 134 and 144 Fountain Street North, namely the site of the former Preston Springs Hotel and the two adjacent properties. In advance of this evening's meeting, I wrote to you to request your consideration to preserve the development charge exemptions for these properties. and I'm making this request with a chronological summary of the efforts we've made over the last 10 years and continue to make every day with a goal to redevelop the Preston Springs site in a respectful, commemorative, and high-quality manner to be proud of for generations to come. So the background chronology to this. In 2012, I was contacted by more than one member of council at the time, along with a local realtor group, to have a look at the Preston Springs Hotel. Our company at that time had earned a long-standing reputation throughout the Waterloo region and the GTA for its work in repurposing, restoring, and redeveloping turn-of-the-century buildings. And as such, we were a logical buyer for this challenging and very beautiful site. Prior to 2012, we had completed a total of 5 major acquisition and redevelopments of sensitive and historically significant turn-of-the-century buildings, including the Knitting Mill Lofts in Toronto, the Bridgeport Lofts in Waterloo, the Mill Lofts in Guelph, the Lofts on Mansion in Kitchener, and the Boiler Factory Lofts in Toronto. Our intention with respect to the Preston Springs Hotel at the outset was to redevelop the site initially by fully restoring the existing building. However, we had said to staff and members of council at the time, including the mayor, that in order to achieve this, we or anyone else looking to redevelop the site would require financial relief and assistance in the form of a tax increment grant finance arrangement, which would work in unison with the development charge core area exemptions that were already in place. The bottom line is that the redevelopment costs associated with that site were far in excess of what the market value of finished product was. It just was not viable. As you can see by the attached chronology, if we can shift the page, please, on the illustration, there were at least 5 proposals prepared to redevelop the property while retaining most, if not all, of the existing facade, and for one reason or another failed to lobby the necessary municipal and regional support. In addition to the concepts lacking financial viability, could we shift to the next screen, please? In addition to the concepts lacking financial viability, without a TIG and a core area exemption in place, we faced an endless list of challenges in approvals, including, but not limited to, the opinion and ongoing opinion of heritage advocates, GRCA policies, significant regional road widening requests, neighboring access concerns, etc. And we had policies that were conflicting with each other, both within city departments, regional departments, and then city and regional departments. So it was very, very challenging to try to satisfy all of these various issues. After exhausting our efforts and expending tens of thousands of dollars on various concepts, studies, and reports, we decided to offer the property for sale in 2016. We received a conditional offer from a very capable local developer, Vive Developments, and for reasons outlined in the chronology, Vive was also unable to make this work. Vive had created a concept to repurpose the existing structure. However, again, this required a financial assistance program in the form of a TIG. Vive had met several times with the former mayor, who was very interested in seeing the property redeveloped. However, they too ran into an endless list of challenges and most consequentially received no response to the TIG request. Vive terminated the offer. In 2018, Vive submitted a second offer. This proposal at the time included a substantial component of affordable housing and a detailed plan to commemorate and recreate heritage elements of the existing building. Again, Vive failed to lobby the required support for the financial package despite substantial returns for the city and region, including social and economic rewards. Again, Vive terminated their offer. In April of 2019, following another creative design for the site, we attended a pre-consultation meeting with the city, as Chris referred to earlier, as is illustrated in the chronology document. This proposal included a mix of long-term care, assisted living, and multi-residential units. During our discussions with staff, and in an effort to demonstrate to staff the need for a TIG package, we submitted to the city a development pro forma which yielded a loss of $5.4 million, notwithstanding the DC exemptions that applied at the time. Staff was instructed by council to retain an auditor to review the pro forma and to provide comments. In the fall of 2019, as we felt there was momentum and support for the redevelopment, we entered into an agreement with Tradition Senior Living Care to co-develop and manage the completed operation. Through what was now a 7-year period, we had spent countless hours and tens of thousands of dollars to create a multitude of redevelopment proposals. In addition to the significant challenges associated with the physical property that was constantly the subject of vandalism, vagrancy, and a host of other issues associated with trying to preserve a building that had been empty since 1990, almost 30 years. At the end of 2019, despite our ongoing efforts and responses to vandalism and time-related decay, we were notified by the chief building official that a demolition order for the building would be issued imminently. It's important to understand that only a few months prior to this, we sat down with staff with yet another proposal to save the building and redevelop the site. Shortly after that order was issued, we were then notified by the former planning commissioner that until demolition matter was resolved, the city could not speak with us any further about any further redevelopment application. Our hands were now tied. Tradition Senior Living was not prepared to wait on this matter for this matter to be resolved. They subsequently found a site in Barrie and are now under construction a short 2.5 years later on a 20-story, $170 million seniors lifestyle development that could have been in Preston. The halt on communication issued by the planning commissioner of the day effectively caused the termination of the Traditions deal and left us in a state of limbo, unable to move the redevelopment applications forward. This is being said without any intention whatsoever to point fingers. We are simply trying to ensure that Council is aware of the history and its impact so that you can make informed decisions, and hopefully we can collaborate and move forward productively. I've spent 10 years defending this demolition by neglect issue, and it's just absolutely false. We are now well into the 10th year of ownership of these properties, including several unsuccessful attempts to restore and redevelop the site. Furthermore, after more than 2 years from the date of issuance of the initial demolition order, we are at a stalemate due to circumstances beyond our control again. In February of 2022, we became aware of the DC Corps exemption window quickly closing, which could be the death for any meaningful project on the site. The ACO has applied for and has recently been granted intervenor status into the city's application process to obtain a consent order to approve the emergency order that was issued in 2020. We now must wait again while the city works to set a hearing date, which is likely to be many months out. Again, we have been forced to spend thousands of dollars in legal fees as a result of being party to the ACO intervention application, something we did not ask for and something we prefer not to be included in. It should be noted that we have no objection to the city's consent application. We have agreed to costs and we are waiting to finalize this. In the meantime, in anticipation of resolving the issues at hand and hopefully being able to turn the page to this site into forward-looking development, we went back to work last year. After a lengthy interview process, we selected a group of 3 prominent architecture and cultural heritage architect firms with very strong credentials throughout North America and Europe to collaborate on a redevelopment proposal that would commemorate this important site in a dignified and sophisticated way. The design pays respect to the legacy of the Preston Springs Hotel, and it looks forward to a modern adaptive redevelopment that will serve as an anchor to the core of Preston now and for decades to come. Once the proposal and heritage impact study were together in principle, we met with staff in December of 2021 to discuss the proposal and to request another pre-consultation meeting. Shortly thereafter, we were notified of the city's intent to eliminate the core area DC exemptions, and for this would be the final nail in the coffin. These exemptions are absolutely critical to the redevelopment of this property. The site challenges, constraints, and escalating construction costs are just too great to overcome without this incentive. We're stuck between the city, the commenting authorities, and so forth, all wanting a high quality, high caliber project and costs that go along with that, with a market that is just not there to take care of it. We cannot and don't expect to come to this site and put up a white vanilla square box. In an effort to qualify for the DC exemption during the time frame outlined in February, as Chris said, we spoke with senior staff who, in an effort to assist us to find a way to comply with the DC exemption timeline for submission report, suggested that we complete and submit a site plan application, along with the required application fees, which we did on the 18th of March. We've now recently been advised that the site plan application cannot be accepted without a ZBA and OBA application at the same time. There's no question or lack of intention to submit these prerequisite applications. We understand they're necessary, and we understand the required reports are necessary. The intention at that stage was simply to have a site plan application submitted that we believe was consistent with the requirement and would constitute a complete application in advance of the new DC bylaw, and therefore maintaining the exemptions. Quite frankly, it is our opinion that staff understands the situation we've been placed in, and we're trying to assist us to realize this. In our opinion, and the opinion of our planner and advisors, we've submitted a substantially complete site plan application. According to the February staff report, a site plan application deemed complete should be adequate to qualify under the existing timeline and program, with any required reports to be submitted at zoning and/or official plan amendment stage. Notwithstanding that, our efforts have been unsuccessful and staff have not confirmed a complete application. Our goal initially was and currently remains to create a beautiful project on this iconic site, which will serve not only to respectfully commemorate the former hotel, but to be a catalyst for the redevelopment and intensification of the Preston core. Without the DC exemptions, the opportunity to develop this site in the foreseeable future comes to a full stop. Our financing is due on this property in September of 2022, and we've been advised by our lender that on no uncertain terms, that unless there's a meaningful advancement in the development approvals process and an indication that the city and region are supportive of a redevelopment plan, this loan will not be renewed. If this is the case, there will likely be another power of sale and someone else will try to start over. I've said publicly before, we don't purchase buildings to watch them decay for 10 years, and lenders do not finance construction development properties with no means to an end. Respectfully, this is not meant to be anything but the truth. We have always wanted to do what is right for this property, but for reasons mentioned above and many more I care not to express publicly, we've been handcuffed. Through you, Madam Chair, Mayor McGarry, and members of Cambridge City Council, we ask one last time for your assistance to see this site redeveloped in a world-class fashion, respectful of the past and designed for the future. We respectfully request that you give consideration to honoring the DC exemption for this important property. We've always been open and willing to work with the city and stakeholders in a constructive and collaborative way. However, without maintaining the current DC exemptions, we're simply out of resources. Thank you for your time this evening and listening to.
Thank you very much, Paul, for your delegation this evening and for the presentation. So if you'll remain on the line now, I wanted to turn to members of council and allow them time to be able to ask questions of you for clarification.
Thank you.
Councillor Mann, you're up first. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Thank you for the presentation, Paul. Paul, just one question. What kind of time do you need to submit all the necessary requirement documents for the site plan application to city staff?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, Councillor Mann, thanks for the question. As Chris said, we are confident that if we're given until the end of October, that we can pull together what we need to pull together and have that a deemed complete application. But until such time as we know that we have that time, there's probably $300,000 that needs to be spent between now and that time to finish the work that we need to finish.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now I'll move to questions for anybody else. And seeing no other hands, I have a question as well, and that was really regarding the timing, and certainly understand. I think with the timeline over so long, I think it's easier for me to understand kind of some of the process that has gone on in the past, some of which you're certainly not responsible for, pandemic being in the middle of that, and other things. But now that things are before you and you're looking ahead at redeveloping of this site, do you foresee that anything that you put forward at this point will then satisfy all of the other permits that you've received. And one that I'm thinking of in particular is the GRCA, the steep slope study. And I know that you were able to get approval there. Does it mean that all of the approvals that you've gotten so far for this project will remain while the rest of this process is completed by October?
Thank you, Mayor McGarry. What we have, we went through a close to a 3-year process with the GRCA and a series of geotechnical studies to determine the ability for the site to be redeveloped in the fashion that we're proposing. We have written confirmation from the GRCA that's subject to a reiteration of acceptable geotechnical work, which has been done, that they would be in support in principle of what it is we're doing. We don't have a firm approval for anything save and except for the record of site condition that has been issued by the Ministry of Environment. We do have a series of historical reports and ongoing reports that have been vetted by both regional and municipal staff at various different stages of applications. But what we're proposing right now is really, in principle, no different in terms of structure and makeup to what we had last brought forward to the city in 2019 and had been something that we were able to navigate our way through the traffic departments, the GRCA, and the various other, key authorities. So these are long processes, and there's a lot of different moving parts on it, and you never know until you get to the end. But we have this is not a proposal that has been willy-nilly put together. This is one that has been fairly thoroughly. And when I talk about the group from Europe, the Urban Agency is a group out of Dublin, Ireland, that exclusively focuses on the adaptive reuse of turn of 10 century ago's buildings in Europe and adapting them and repurposing them in a modern way. So we've been very thoughtful about who we've had involved in this. The heritage consultant that we have on our team is a heritage consultant that won an award from the ACO in 2021 and has been in constant collaboration with the design development of what we're doing and is in strong support of what we're doing. So I just don't know that there's much more we can do than we have.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further hands up, Mr. Daha, so thank you very much for taking the time to delegate with us this evening, and you can continue to follow along this item if you so wish with in hooking into the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thanks again for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry and members of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we do have one other person on this delegation list, and that's John Egoff on behalf of the Citizens for Cambridge. And just a note to members of council that after we hear the delegation, before we put the motion on the floor, we will be taking just a 10-minute bio break at that time. So we'll just take a moment and bring John Egoff into our meeting. John, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Thanks for joining us this evening. And I think you know the drill that you've got 5 minutes to speak. And at the 4-minute mark, if you go that long, you will hear a bell, and that'll give you about a minute to wrap up. And John, if you wouldn't mind staying on the line afterwards in case there's any questions of clarification for you, I'd appreciate that, and I'll guide you through that process. So welcome, John, and please begin.
Thank you. And good evening, Mayor McGarry, councillors and staff. My name is John Egoff, and I'm here today representing Citizens for Cambridge. Citizens for Cambridge is a group of citizens applying both thought and effort to better our community through progressive ways. We're not experts, but doing research and listening to experts is at the core of our volunteer work. The topic we wish to comment on involves the relationship between development charges and affordable housing. As you know, affordable housing is much more than a problem. It's a crisis, not only in our community, but across Canada. And the hurdles seem overwhelming. Citizens for Cambridge has invested many volunteer hours encouraging and assisting Indwell in coming to our community. As you know, Indwell is a nonprofit organization from Hamilton focused on supportive, affordable housing. We are very encouraged that Indwell is determined to bring sufficient supportive housing development to our community. They are currently focused on the location challenge. Organizations such as Indwell need all the help they can get, but we recognize that the city has significant limits on how it can help. One way to help is to please consider deferring developmental charges on affordable projects anywhere in the whole of the city. We should try to stimulate and encourage affordable housing anywhere in the city and not just in the downtown cores. In conclusion, we all know that there's no silver bullet for affordable housing, but we need to do our part as best we can. Deferring development charges for affordable housing anywhere in the city is not a solution on its own. Much more needs to be done. But to address our affordable housing crisis, anything that we can do, however small as it may seem, should be done. And there is no time to waste. I thank you for your time, interest, and most important, your support on this issue.
Thank you very much, John. So I'm going to turn to members of council now to see if there's any questions for you. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for taking the time to delegate with us this evening. And you can continue to follow along with this item if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. Thank you for your time.
I shall, and I thank you.
Thank you. So I'm just going to ask for everybody's patience as we now go into a 10-minute bio break before we put the motion on the floor, because I fear it's going to be a while yet. So we'll take 10 minutes now so you can turn your cameras and microphones off, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. Would council please turn your cameras back on? Thank you for your patience, everyone. I know that was a little longer. On this particular item, we have had word that the Executive Director of the Downtown Cambridge BIA, Brian Kennedy, had attempted to get online and delegate to this particular item. And for some reason, our staff didn't get that particular email. So I know that we did have some server issues this morning in the corporation. So I'm now going to look to council to see if there is approval and consent that we would allow Mr. Kennedy 5 minutes to come in and delegate to this item. So I'm going to conduct a vote on that, and I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to take that as a vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So we'll now have staff bring Brian Kennedy into our meeting. Brian, it's Mayor McGarry. Are you able to hear me?
I am.
Great, thank you. I understand you weren't able to get your delegation registered, so we have now taken a vote, and I'm happy to say it was unanimous, and we've now brought you into the meeting, and you do have your 5 minutes to speak to this item. So welcome, and thanks for your patience, and please begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City staff. And yes, let me just start by saying thank you so much for allowing me this time to speak. Obviously, you know, in these times, technology can be challenging, and so I appreciate your patience and consideration to allow me to speak tonight. On behalf of the Downtown Cambridge BIA, we are in full support of the development charge exemption and the prosperity development on the horizon will bring to the downtown core, having more people live and work in our downtown. As shared during the public meeting back in February, we understand growth and services to support this growth must be balanced. That said, an immediate halt to the development charge exemption on the cusp of new development moving forward in the core areas is not the approach to take. A phased out approach for development charge exemptions, or at least fair notice of application deadline, such as the October 31st, 2022 date outlined in the staff report, would potentially allow some developers who are anticipating the exemption to fast track and submit their application in time. Our downtown core areas can't afford to run the risk of losing out on the full potential of future development. Each development is critical to our downtown core areas. More people living and working in the core areas of our city means more business and prosperity to our downtowns. Thanks in part to the ongoing developments such as Gaslight and the future Pearl development, we are seeing businesses that have never considered moving to the Galt core area now choosing to just do so because they see the future development being discussed and in part planned to come in the years to come. The development charge exemption was carefully and strategically implemented to increase development in the core areas, and it must be handled with just as much care with its potential termination. We are seeing the positive effects of the exemption. Investors are taking notice, but we must ensure these developments continue to see our downtown core areas grow, see the business and resident footprint succeed to a healthy state where growth could continue without any development charge exemptions necessary. Should the city require changes to the exemption, our ask is that a notice period be provided so developers nearing completion of their applications have the ability to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for joining us this evening. So I'm just going to look to members of council to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you again for taking the time to delegate with us this evening. And you can still continue to follow along this item if you so wish on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. So thank you again, Brian, for your time and your patience. And as you so eloquently put, sometimes technology is great and that's only if it works. So thanks again.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So we have come now to the end of our delegations. And so we're going to put the motion on the floor and then we'll go to questions of the consultant and staff. So Councillor Mann, you have the motion. So will you please read it in its entirety?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do. And before I do that, I'll need a seconder if someone could do that for me.
Councillor Leggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Liggett that report 22-019 CRS development charges, core area exemptions be received, and that the development charges background study update dated February 1st, 2022 be approved, and that it is determined that no further public meeting is required, and that Council authorize the Chief Financial Officer to enter into an agreement with the owners of 55 Kerr Street under Section 12.1 of Bylaw 19-094 as amended by Bylaw 22-003, such that the development charges applicable on the proposed development are effective April 19, 2022, subject to the development proceeding to the building permit within 2 years of approval of the current site plan application, with the agreement being substantially in accordance with the terms set out in this report and in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And that staff be directed to review the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund implementation policy with respect to the possible inclusion of a grant program to offset the cost of development charges on eligible affordable housing developments. And further, that amending development charge bylaw is set out in Appendix B to report in Appendix B to report 22-019 CRS be approved. And speaking to the motion, Madam Chair.
Yep, please go ahead.
This is a very difficult motion that comes forward this evening, and something that we all certainly struggle with because of the need for development in our downtown core and in the areas, different areas within our city. But speaking as the chair of the finance and budget, or the audit and budget committee, I find it important to stress the importance of how significant this is to the ratepayer. This is an unfunded liability, and the finances for the development charges that have been identified through the presentation by Ms. Fisher are significant, and they have to be covered by the ratepayer. And so I will support this motion as it is written, and I think it's important that we realize that who has to pay this, and it's not something that we can prolong any longer, and the effective date of April 20, 2022 is significant. And like I said, I have no difficulty supporting this motion as it comes forward this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now, we will now move to questions for staff, and our consultant, Nancy Neal, is with us this evening. So I will now entertain any questions that come forward from members of council. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. It seems that there's a significant budget shortfall that would arise if this were to continue unabated, and that would have significant cost to the taxpayer, approximately, I think, $55 million down the line. But we're not the only city that has obviously done exemptions like this. Other cities have them in place, and I was wondering why other cities haven't exactly been hit by this amount of unexpected costs to the taxpayer. Is it because of the sudden boom or interest in the region and in Cambridge specifically, or what is it exactly that contributed to this, and why haven't other cities had to deal with such a potential cost to the taxpayer down the line?
Thank you. So I'll turn to our consultant, Nancy Neal. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McGarry. It varies as to why other municipalities have or have not experienced this type of growth. Some municipalities are not experiencing the intensification and redevelopment that the city of Cambridge is beginning to experience. Others, such as Hamilton, are starting to see that, and that's why over their existing bylaw, they have been phasing out their core area exemption, to start collecting revenue and alleviate some of the pressure on the taxpayers that and wastewater ratepayers for those services that they collect for over time. A lot of times there's some areas, some municipalities where there's been absolutely no growth in their downtown cores. And so they've put an exemption in place to try and get that growth stirring, especially if they have brownfield developments that they're hoping will redevelop. So everyone has different reasons as to why they do or do not include a core area exemption. The majority of municipalities do not. However, like I said, the more we're seeing municipalities actually seeing more intensification and less greenfield growth, the more we're seeing some of those exemptions being phased out or removed entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might just ask for a little bit more clarification and closer to home here, Nancy. And certainly when we started to look at this in 2019, if I recall correctly, and just looking for clarification, at that time, I remember that the city was looking at maybe 1.7 million annually on average of development going on in the cores. And we've seen significant growth here in the region as comparators that you've brought forward. Waterloo and Kitchener, as area municipalities within the region of Waterloo, also experienced growth and had good success with their development charge core area exemptions. And I think we were talking at the time that that's likely due to the investment of the LRT through those cities, where they have stated they've had $3 billion worth of development applications after the LRT. So when you compare the number of development dollars coming in now, 3 years later, compared to when the exemption went back into place in 2019, could you speak to some of the reasons why we have seen this increased growth?
Specifically in Cambridge versus Kitchener or Waterloo, there can be a number of different reasons. I mean, I think a part of it is just, the affordability of any type of housing these days is high in most municipalities. It's more and more difficult for younger people and older people who are, downsizing and that to get units. There are municipalities that are running out of greenfield growth, so they start seeing more intensification. For yourself, it could be a combination of things. You do, there are future plans for LRT to be extended into Cambridge. That could be part of it. There's no one perfect answer. No doubt that COVID has played a role in some of it as well. And, there's many different reasons why, things change. Demographics change quite often. People are moving out of the big cities and they're going outward now that, a lot of businesses are still doing, work from home or some type of hybrid model where they don't have to be, downtown every day, which allows, more people to move outside of the the larger urban areas into communities like yourself, which are still accessible to, the Mississaugas and Torontos. And they're looking for units that they can afford. And sometimes those are smaller type units, such as medium and higher densities where redevelopments are happening. So that could be spurring quite a bit of it as well, because we're seeing more of that in the outlying areas of the GTA than we are, inside some of the municipalities.
Yeah, thank you. I do think you make a point that we're in a significantly different era here 3 years later from the last time we were dealing with this. Thank you. Are there any other questions for our consultant or our staff? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move to comments at this time. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to propose an amendment to this motion based on affordable housing. John Agoff, when he spoke, brought up some very good points about how affordable housing is in crisis, and it's one of our greatest needs in the city. And to remove the development charges, to remove the exemption in the core areas will not encourage any affordable housing in the core areas. So my amendment is to remove the second last paragraph that begins, and that staff be directed to review the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund implementation policy and the rest of that, and replace it with, and that staff be directed to prepare a grant program and policy to waive development charges for affordable housing developments. And my seconder for that motion is Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, just as I was about to ask, thank you. I think what I'm going to do is get our clerk to put it up on the screen so that we can see it.
And I will be bringing another amendment later to put money into our affordable housing reserve fund.
Well, let's deal with this one at the moment.
This one, yes, that will be in another motion.
Okay, thank you. We've had a chance to review it, so we're going to take the screen down so I can see the rest of my screen.
Okay. All right.
And okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Liggett, followed by Councillor Mann. Please go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand where Councillor Wolf is coming from, but I have concerns. And I checked with Ms. Ayers during the break because I knew we had already something in place. So development charges are currently deferred and interest free for 20 years on all housing, affordable housing development in the core areas and regeneration areas. So we're taking care of that now. And to not do a review of this, I'm uncomfortable with that because how do we develop this without knowing what we're going to be exempting? Are we exempting the entire development or just the portion, the square footage that has to do with the affordable housing part of it? Because a lot of these now are, well, they're all so far, they're mixed use where they're market use as, market rents as well as affordable rents. So what are we exempting if we were to go forward with this? I'd prefer to leave this as is and have staff do a review of this. So we know where we're coming from, because I just think we're making another decision on the fly without full background information and a recommendation from staff on this. You know, when development charges exemption came to us before, I don't think that we had a complete understanding of what the burden was on the taxpayer when decisions were being made. And I just don't want to fall into that trap again. So I prefer just to leave that part of the motion as is.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Mann, followed by Councillor Reid. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I heard and I understand the significance of affordable housing and making sure we have it. It's a crisis not only in Cambridge, but across the region, across the province, and across Canada. And so I really appreciate what Councillor Wolf has brought forward with the recommendations. I too would want to see it reviewable, because I think it's important that we review these, because it's got to be done on a fairly consistent basis, so that we have some checks and balances in place to make sure that it just doesn't go on in perpetuity, but that we do have those checks and balances in place. So I would support that, but I would want to see something to indicate that there's a checks and balances in place to make sure that we are continuing in the right vein. And I wonder, I think I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm going to just remind members of council that if you have spoken, would you please take your hands down so it's easier for me to keep track here. Councillor Reid, you're next, followed by Councillor Ermetta. Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much. My question is I'm not sure that I understand what you mean by a grant program. I can't remember the rest of it, but there was the grant program and then the exemption. Are these two different things?
I'm just going to clarify the wording just so that you have it, and then I'll get someone to clarify. But the amendment was going to be, and that staff be directed to prepare a grant program and policy to waive development charges for affordable housing developments. So what did you want? What was your question then?
So my question is that the grant program is a part of the exemption?
Councillor Wolf, did you? Oh, I see Ms. Fisher with her hand up. Please go ahead, Katie Fisher.
Through you, Your Worship, if I may add some clarity. Writing it as a grant program would keep it outside of our DC bylaw, and that allows for ongoing review and amendments to that program. This is in following other municipalities who have done it outside of their DC bylaw, including the region of Waterloo, the city of Kitchener, and the city of Waterloo.
So further to that, then the grant program can be reviewed at any time?
Yes, through you, Your Worship, that is correct. Whereas a DC bylaw would require a public meeting and background study.
Okay, thank you. That helps me tremendously. Thank you.
Councillor Ermetta, followed by Councillor, I think Wolf would like to speak after that. I want everybody that hasn't spoken first to speak first. Councillor Ermetta, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. My question is, and I appreciate where this is coming from, and it's something I'm open to considering to support, because affordable housing or lack of it is a crisis. My question is, do we have any ideas of what the cost would be to the taxpayer, and how often can this be reviewed? So if the costs increase dramatically, then how do we review that? How often can we do that? Thank you.
And I'll look to Katie. Did you want to take a crack at that again?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship. So with this motion, staff would bring forward the policy for council's consideration at a later meeting. And part of that policy can identify what review process and timeline would look like. As well, what, and in my mind right now, as I write it in my mind, I would propose that it would be subject to funding availability identified through the budget or available in a reserve fund. So that would limit any potential deficits that may occur because of lack of funding available. So I hope that answers the questions. I'm not sure if I captured all of them.
I think so. All right. I am going to return to Councillor Wolf. Is your hand still up? So please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to answer some of the questions now. Katie's done some of it. First of all, this motion was written with Ms. Ayers, or she actually wrote it, and I said, yes, that's captured what we want. And as I said, when we talk about the funding, that will come in the another motion, not an amendment to this, but another motion talking about the reserve, the Affordable House Reserve Fund. In terms of what we have now, what I'm afraid of is that in the core areas, if we remove the exemption for the DC charges, that will remove it for affordable housing within the core areas. Right now, for instance, on Hespeler Road, where we have 175 Hespeler Road and 195 Hespeler Road, the way that our bylaw works there is they're deferred for 20 years, but only on those units that are affordable housing. For instance, at 195 Hespeler Road, we're putting in 45 affordable units, which are below market rent, and 20, I think, market rent. So we're only getting the DC charges removed on the affordable housing units. So this would work for anyone who was going to do sort of a mixed use development. And for those, Hespeler Road is considered our major transportation unit, and that's where the affordable housing bylaw or applies to. So, I'm afraid that once we've removed the development charge exemption for the core areas, that would affect affordable housing as well. So that's why it's important to have this this new motion in there. And it can also be used for affordable housing that's not on a major transportation route. For instance, we had a developer who wanted to do affordable housing near Southwood School, and that didn't fit into a core area development charge exemption or the major transportation unit. So I think this would give us more flexibility to provide grants to affordable housing throughout the city wherever council felt it was appropriate. Thanks.
Thanks for the clarification, Councillor Wolf, but I think I'm just going to clarify Councillor Liggett's original question. Do you foresee development charges being waived on an entire project, or if there's somebody that's coming forward to build market rent but adds a few affordable housing units? And Councillor Liggett, just nod if I'm getting it right here. You'd be looking to see if it's just, let's say there's 5 units out of 100 that are affordable. You'd be looking at waiving the DC charges just on that portion that includes just the, 5 out of 100 units.
Yeah, that's how it works right now. Like that's how we're doing it now. So as I said, on the Hespeler Road one, 45 units are affordable. That's where the DC charges have been deferred, not on the market rent ones. So it would encourage people who feel I can't do the entire building affordable. For instance, the gentleman that presented tonight on King Street, who said he had no affordable house units, but perhaps this would encourage them to put, 20% affordable to get the DC grant. But it is only on the affordable unit, not on the entire building, unless the entire building is affordable.
Okay, Councillor Liggett, I'm just going to turn to you. Is that what you're trying to gain in information?
Well, my point was partly that, but also the fact that I think we need to do that whole clause in there so staff can look at all of this and bring it back to us rather than us pass that part of the amendment and then get caught later with not doing things the right way.
Okay, thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I'm in full support of this amendment. I think we've talked many times about affordable housing in our community being in crisis, and we've seen a lot of developments roll through council, and we see money sometimes given towards affordable housing, but very little actual affordable housing being built. And so I think it's imperative that we provide incentives for the builders of affordable housing to know that they can do so, and that they're going to have a reliable system in place from the city that will guarantee that if they decide to make a huge investment in the community, that they're going to have the full support of not just the city and the residents in need, but of the council. So organizations like Indwell, for example, are world class, and I think it's important to let them know, yes, we're going to make an important change to allow you to build that housing in our city because we truly need it. I don't think that we would raise concern and then all of a sudden we'd see a massive explosion of affordable housing developments in the city, because I think we all know that's not quite how development works and how the economy is working right now. I don't know for sure, but I don't foresee that happening. But I do see something like this sending a message to those that are very serious about affordable housing and its construction, but maybe you're hesitant to do so. Say, yeah, this is worth it. Cambridge is really serious about this. Hopefully we'd have more consistent construction of affordable housing than what we're seeing right now. I do think that it's also imperative to obviously measure twice, cut once. We don't want to rush and cut corners and cause mistakes, but I think time is of the essence, because it's the old quote, right? They're not making any more land. And right now, we're certainly not making any more land in our cores and on the outskirts of our city. And so if it's not affordable housing that's being built in a viable space right now, what's going to go there? It could be something in the future. And we know it's harder to build affordable housing than other forms of development because we see these applications coming to us so consistently. So providing that potential to have affordable housing being constructed is very important. And I believe it was Councillor Mehta that asked a very good question about how it would affect the tax base. I think it would, for sure, but would it affect the tax base as significantly as the development charge exemption that we're seeing right now with the developments that are coming through council? I don't foresee that. I see the cost being minimal compared to what we've seen and what's forecasted to occur, right? What we're discussing tonight. There's also the moral and ethical component of if someone says, well, I'm going to pay an extra 50 cents on my taxes this year because we're constructing affordable housing so that people that need homes can live somewhere in the city. I'm happy to pay an extra 50 cents. I think a lot of residents in the city would. And then you also get a lot back from that because people that need homes have a place to live, they give back, they have a place to raise their families, and you create that sense of community that affordable housing really does. Right? Affordable housing basically relieves desperation that people experience from not having a reliable place to live. So I think it's incumbent on us and important to do absolutely every single thing we can to ensure that affordable housing is built as soon as it can in the city, because we're certainly not making any more land, so we need to make sure it's put to the right use. So I'm in full support of this amendment.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Councillor Mann, followed by Councillor Reid. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for some clarification, this is a separate motion, not an amendment to the original motion, so that I have that correct.
This is an amendment to the original motion, Councillor Mann.
Okay, but then, thank you, Madam Chair. And just so I understand correctly too, Katie, did you say that staff would bring forward a policy in relation to this subject to funding availability in the reserve funds or in other various locations that we would have. So would we have, so we'll see the amendment that brings this forward as a policy for council to see at a later date. Is that what you said?
Through you, your worship, the motion is written right now, but staff be directed to prepare a grant program and policy. And so, yes, I said that staff would bring forward a policy for council's consideration at an upcoming meeting.
Thank you, Katie. And I needed that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I might just ask for clarification too. So if we pass this tonight, we would still get a staff report back to sort of outline and delineate what the policy is, as well as the costs of the program. And then we could add it to this at a later date. Go ahead.
Yes, that is my understanding. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reid, go ahead, followed by Councillor Liggett.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Yes. First, I have a question. Has anybody defined what is affordable housing?
Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Through you, Your Worship. I'm trying to recall we do have a community improvement plan associated with affordable housing, and off the top of my head, I cannot quite recall if there is a definition in there. I can do some quick homework really quickly, or perhaps if Lisa Prime or Hardy Bromberg know the answers, they may also jump in.
Through you, Your Worship, I could just add that there's a CMHC definition and how we do. So I don't know what's in the policy. To Katie's point, she can look that up, but certainly there are options in how we deal with it. Is 80% of income, or the 30% of your income is used for shelter. There are a couple different options. I would expect a policy like this might sort of target what the greatest need is, and which may very much align with what the existing program is now. So hopefully that helps.
Okay, it does help, because I know there are many different ways to define affordable housing, and I guess it would become more clear as the policy becomes clear. I mean, to me, I think 30% of your income is something that I always felt was a good target for affordable housing. But I did want to speak to the motion as well. If anybody has been following the articles in the Waterloo Region Record around homelessness, you recognize the dire need we have for affordable housing. I mean, some of these people who were outlined within these articles have been on the street for 13 years. And there are some of them are on waiting lists and have been waiting 4 and 5 and 6 years in order to try and get into housing and some kind of shelter. So the need is dire. The need is there, and it's not something we can turn our heads away from. It's here, it's in our community, it's in our city. We've seen it. We know there are encampments in which people live, and this won't solve all of the problems, but at least it's a start. And if we don't start somewhere, we're never going to solve the problem. So I commend Councillor Wolf for bringing this forward, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Liggett. Go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Let me just lower my hand before I get nabbed for that one. I think that it's my belief now, after listening to everybody and everything here tonight, that these should be two separate topics. We're getting so involved into something that's beyond the core area exemption that I wish that we could have been having this discussion separately. And I'm getting totally lost between the amendment and what the implications of that are, and the way the motion was read. So I'd like to have that brought up back on the screen. I'd like to have Katie's comments to a question I have with regard to that, but I also want to make another comment. We keep talking about this as being, affordable housing in the cores. We all know there's not going to be affordable housing in the cores. The cost of the land in the cores has gone so sky high because our lands were cheap and were recognized years ago. And a couple of us on council kept bringing it up that the developers were stumbling over each other to buy up the land in our cores because we were so cheap. They saw the movement from Toronto to here. The land is too expensive for anybody to be doing affordable housing grants or exemptions or anything else. They're just not going to do it because there's just too much money to be lost to them if they look at doing this. Anyway, so could I please have those two brought up again? Thank you.
Yep, Madam Clerk's bringing it up. Councillor Leggett, that's just the amendment. Were you talking about anything further than that?
No, I wanted to see that amendment.
This is it here. You can see what would be struck out and what's added.
So my question to Katie is, what are the implications that you could foresee if we implement the amendment tonight versus, like, what is the difference here? Because here it looks to me like you're being told to prepare the grant program and policy. And up above, it says the possible inclusion of a grant program to offset the cost of development charges. So it looks like there's two different interpretations and meanings happening here. Am I just totally off the wall here? I just think they're not even the same. These are not even apples and oranges, let alone apples and apples.
Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Through you, Your Worship. I think the key differentiator that was intended with this motion amendment, we have a comprehensive or more comprehensive affordable housing reserve fund implementation policy at present time. That was adopted, I believe it was in 2019. And it was associated with the density bonusing provisions at the time, and the creation of an affordable housing reserve fund with the idea that funding would come through density bonusing. The original motion was intended, given density bonusing is now removed from the Planning Act and replaced by community benefits charge, to do a comprehensive review of that policy for how it should be updated across the board. There was more to it than development charges. The revised motion is a quicker win, I guess, so to speak, in that a staff can bring forward a specific policy simply to waive or grant in equivalent amounts for the development charges for affordable housing. So it would be a standalone policy outside of the comprehensive affordable housing umbrella. And that would be a quicker means of getting it in place because we wouldn't have to undertake that comprehensive review. I think that is the key differentiator. It's very similar to what was recently passed in Kitchener just in the month of April. My staff report this evening alluded to it, that mentioned that their finance committee had approved their policy at the beginning of April. It was subsequently approved by council more recently. That was a standalone policy associated with the granting towards the development charges on affordable housing. That was all that it covered. So that's meant to be the differentiator between those two motions, the one that is struck out and the one that it was rewritten.
Okay, follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Katie, thank you for that. So my initial fears would be alleviated because when you prepare the policy, you would take into consideration my initial fears of it being, you know, the percentage that would be geared to income or affordable housing or market value. And then council would make that decision at that time.
Yes, that's correct. So this is, from my perspective, it's a motion to bring back a policy. It is not a motion saying that it is in place effective tonight. And so that policy will be drafted and brought back towards for council's approval at the earliest possible opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all that clarification. Councillor Mehta, you're next. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I can certainly support the motion. I think a lot of my questions have been answered. I always say whenever it comes to waiving development charges, we do need to be cautious about the future, and certainly we need affordable housing. There's no question there. And you know, you can't have too much of a good thing, right? So I am fully supportive. I just want to, you know, be cautious of the cost with the development charges in the long run, because we didn't foresee the situation that we were in with all the core area development. So I think, you know, it's just something we need to continually review. And we do have a moral responsibility to help those in need. And it is a great investment, and it does create a better community, and it gives people peace of mind and security, which is important. And also too, I think that I can't stress enough that this has to be across the city, because the land in the core areas has just gotten out of, like, the prices for land in the core areas are just out of control right now. And even the LRT route in Hesper Road, that's becoming very expensive to purchase as well. So I think that we need to allow it across the entire city where the land is cheaper. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any further comments at this time or any other questions? And what we'll be doing is voting on this as an amendment, and then we'll go on with further debate on the main motion. Okay, no hands up. So I think what we'll do is call the vote, Madam Clerk, on the amendment. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Reid, I understand that you're also wishing to bring forward an amendment for the staff recommendation, and we'll have Madam Clerk read it out. But do you have a seconder for this motion?
Yes, I do.
Or amendment? I'm sorry. Amendment.
Yes, I do, Councillor Mann.
Okay. And with that, I'll have Madam Clerk read out your amendment and put it up on the screen.
Okay, so the amendment is a new clause after clause 4 within the staff report as it is. And it would be, and that council authorize the chief financial officer to enter into an early payment agreement with the owners of 102 Fountain Street and 199 Abraham Street under section 12.6 of bylaw 19-094 as amended by bylaw 22-003, such that the development charges applicable on the proposed development are effective April 19th, 2022, subject to the complete zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment applications being submitted by October 31st, 2022, and subject to the development proceeding to building permit within 2 years of approval of the site plan application, with the agreement being substantially in accordance with the terms set out in this report and in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor.
Thank you. May I speak to the motion?
Yes, just waiting for the to be off the screen. Okay. Yeah, otherwise I can't see. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, we heard a couple of our people, Chris Pigeon and Paul DeHaas, speak this evening about this particular development. And I would like to support what they had to say. I could hear some frustration from Paul DeHaas over the many years that he has tried and has talked to us. And I know I've been in meetings, and some of the rest of you have been in meetings when we tried to find some way to get this development to move forward, and we were never successful in doing that. And to me, this is a very, very important corner in Preston, and it is. If we put something like a flagship there, it's really going to make that area, and I can't imagine that if we do not support this development and by having the exemption of DCs, it will not happen. And we will have that space empty, and it will look rough and unorganized and not pretty for the next foreseeable future. I mean, we've tried for 30 years, actually. It's been 30 years we tried to do something with that particular area on Fountain Street and 102 Fountain Street. And finally, we have here an opportunity to get something done. And it's not going to happen unless we have an exemption of the development charges. To me, when we're looking at our core areas and we're saying to everybody, we want to improve our core areas. We're looking at ways to make our core areas vital and alive, and to bring people into our core areas to keep our businesses alive and functioning well. Then we need to really consider what we're doing here with this particular corner. That corner is an extremely important corner in Preston. And I really am very supportive of some development happening there. We know it's going to happen at 255 King Street across the way. That development is going forward. And we need this one at 102 Fountain Street and the other ones to also go forward and to make that corner come alive. And to honor the Preston Springs. I mean, we all were sad. We all were sad that we lost that particular building. So we need to have something there that will honor it. And this particular developer has been one who has done a lot of work within turn of the century buildings. And so this developer does understand what needs to be done there, and does understand that we need to commemorate the Preston Springs, and so that we can see it in other forms for in perpetuity, you know. And so I'm really hoping that you will support this motion and thus allow that this developer to have it this way, have the development charge exemption. And part of the reason is it's not his fault. It's not the developer's fault that it wasn't in on time. With the demolition, it went to the courts in order to settle the payments. And then it has not been settled in the courts, and ACO has become an intervener status, and they are also wanting to have a say in what is going to happen with that particular area. And all of this has held up the plans that the developer had in order to complete the application. They've done as best as they can do. They have done as quickly as they can to get it in, but they do need the additional time until October 31st in order to complete this site plan. And so I'm really hoping that you will support this and you will support the town of Preston. And I think it would be an absolute boon to the town if you were to have this development go forward. So please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Mann. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the comments that you have made, Councillor Reid, in relation to this most important intersection within the city of Cambridge. When we all think back to the iconic building of the Preston Springs, one of the original buildings in our community, and towering over King Street. As you're leaving Cambridge and you drive down King Street, you see it for blocks and blocks and blocks as you proceed down Highway 8 or down King Street, and you leave Kitchener. And we all felt a tremendous feeling of loss when we had to agree with the demolition order that came forward from our chief building officer because of the condition of the building. But when we listened to the chronology over the past 10 years of Mr. De Haas's ownership of the building and the frustration that he has experienced in trying to come up with a development plan for that particular location, the site is difficult to say the least. He has purchased other properties along Fountain Street to help build something or develop something that will be iconic for the rest of Preston and Cambridge. And what he proposes also remembers or recognizes what was there and reminds us of our history, of our culture, of our heritage, and the importance of that location to past generations and to future generations so that they'll be able to realize and recognize the history that this location had. You know, I think he's done I understand his frustration with it. I know that there have been all kinds of issues as far as the coming up with a plan that was acceptable. And the direction, unfortunately, that was given by the city at times was confusing. And once the demolition occurred and the ongoing legal proceedings made it even worse. And so there have been times when he's been told not to submit, times where he's tried to submit without having everything in place. And I think with the ongoing legal process has really hindered him in being able to submit a site plan application within the deadline that he would have been able to submit to had the deadline or had the obstacles, including that legal process with ASO, not been there. And so, as Councillor Reid has said, I think this location is so important to Cambridge. And I know as a member of the Preston BIA, the BIA is very supportive of development in our core area, and this is one of those locations that would be so significant to the town of Preston, to the city of Cambridge, and Preston and Cambridge needs this because it is such a significant location within our community. It's as I said in the past, the Preston Springs looked over King Street, and what he is proposing is another feature that will represent Preston Springs and also look over King Street, and something that we can be proud of as a community. And so I too support this amendment as far as giving waiving the DC charges for this particular location because of the difficulties that he's experienced, the frustrations that he's experienced, but also the attempts and the numerous attempts that he has tried to come in within the timelines and the frustration that he's experienced in the process. So I really support it. I hope that we can support this as a council and see that we can develop this location and have it be something that we can be proud of as a city that represents our community and the future and the past of who we are and where we came from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'll look to any other questions of staff or comments that council has on the amendment. Councillor Mehta, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. This is a question to whoever wants to answer it. What kind of criteria can we put in to hold the developer to recreating what's there or something very similar? Because designs can change all the time. I've seen that happen lots of times, like across the province, I mean. So could we red circle this, or, you know, like, is there anything that we could use if the end product is not what we like? I wouldn't want to be waiving development charges if the building is not going to add value to the community. So like, what can we do to follow up and make sure that the community is satisfied and that we try to restore what was there as part of the new building? Thank you.
I'm going to turn to members of staff. Oh, there you go. Mr. Bromberg, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor McGarry, through you to Councillor Mehta and the rest of council. We're looking at a zoning bylaw amendment and an official plan amendment to be submitted by October 31st if council approves the motion as presented. That we do have concept drawings for the site plan now, and so the basis of council's approval would be on the drawings that have been submitted as part of that site plan application. I would consider that if there is a complete revision, that would entail a new site plan application, and they would not fall under what council is proposing this evening, and therefore would be subject to development charges.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council before we call the question on the amendment? And seeing none, we're ready for the vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk? Sorry, did you have another comment? I thought it was a legacy hand.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I would like some kind of wording in the amendment that would signal that we would want to get it, the character similar to what was there. I think it's important to have wording of some kind to state the intention.
Councillor Mehta, I think I'm going to turn back to Mr. Bromberg, who had, I thought, addressed that. Mr. Bromberg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe if I can be a little bit more clear, the wording in your amendment is such that the development charges applicable on the proposed development are effective April 19, 2022. We have a proposed development as part of the site plan application. Site plan application has not been deemed complete. They do need to submit additional information in order to deem the site plan complete. If they choose to alter and significantly change what they're proposing, that would be a new site plan submission, and again would be subject to development charges. Council has approved the delegated authority to approve site plans to Ms. Lisa Prime, our chief planner. That does not prevent some modifications so that they can meet the requirements, and they can meet the requirements through the public meeting. That would be part of a zoning bylaw amendment and an official plan amendment, but it would not be able to be significantly altered. So I'm hoping that addresses council's concern.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Leggett. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So through you to Hardy. So what you're saying, because we have delegated authority to Ms. Prime, that it won't come back to council, that if she deems that the site plan is okay, even if it doesn't abide with the original site plan, that it's out of our hands. We have no say at this point in time then.
Go ahead, Mr. Bromberg. Or is it Ms. Prime? Go ahead.
Maybe I'll start off and then I'll ask maybe Lisa to fill in the blanks. Council has the opportunity to make a decision on the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment. At that point, that information and those ZBA and OPA would come back to council. The delegated authority to our chief planner is simply around the site plan. I don't know if maybe Ms. Prime wanted to add any additional information.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can add through you, Mayor McGarry, that is correct. And so there's a public process as well through those approvals. And so we would, be getting input and feedback, and council would have that opportunity through the ZBA and the OPA to provide input. And I think the other point being, if there is anything substantially different than what has been submitted in the site plan, as Hardy mentioned, it would result in a resubmission, new application, which would not be subject to the change. So they've sort of set the precedent or the expectation of what they're going to do through the application that's come in now.
Okay, sorry, Cheryl is trying to say something too in the middle of this.
Go ahead, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor McGarry, I just want to caution council that we can't put this type of early payment agreement in place and then start putting other forms of restrictions on the type of development and what it might look for. That's getting beyond the scope of what we're doing here, what our intention is in entering into an early payment agreement. It's also getting into territory where I would want to caution council that an exemption is supposed to be in place for a type of development. We need to be careful that we're not exempting development for a particular developer. This is putting an early payment agreement in place for one particular development, and we're not trying to dictate what that development will look like and that sort of thing. So you need to be cautious about how far you're trying to take this. It's just an motion to enter into an early payment agreement for the DCs on this proposed development that we've received a site plan concept drawing for at this time.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Ayers. I think that that's really important at the moment. In saying that, I would fully concur. I'd like to take this to a vote. We are getting beyond. Councillor Hamilton, did you have another comment?
Yes, Your Worship, if I may make a very quick comment just on the discussion we're having. I'd just like to say I do support the amendment, just looking at what the two delegations had described in terms of the historical relationship with the land and the different variations on the building that we saw. You kind of had that feeling of, well, what if, you know, and the old expression, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, kind of comes to mind. And I think that the commitment to this land and the vision that's been established, it's indicated a significant dedication to this particular space of the community. And you can't legislate aesthetics. We can't predict what design is going to come forward, but I trust, based on just the sheer historical knowledge and experience with this space that this particular organization has, that there'll be something good. So I'm in full support of this motion, or this amendment, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Mehta, you still have your hand up. Is that a legacy hand?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm just going to make a quick comment that I will not be supporting the amendment. I do support redevelopment on the site, but the development charges have just cost our taxpayers an arm and a leg. And I understand the need to encourage redevelopment in the core areas, but it's getting to the point where we can't afford these exemptions anymore. And for me to make an exception and grant an exemption, or sorry, an extension, I would want to have more say in what the final product is going to look like, because it is a very unique corner of the city. And I'm just not comfortable approving this without having more information about how exactly it's going to be done and having that say. I don't want to sign a blank check. That's kind of how I'm looking at it, like from my perspective. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that I would want to have more of a say in terms of what it's going to look like and trying to restore that corner as much as possible. So I will not be supporting it because I don't believe we've got enough control over how it's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. I will be in full support of this amendments as well. I think that Ms. Ayers has cautioned us to not go too far on this. We need to stick to the original motion and the subject that we're dealing with at mind. So I would be supporting the motion. And with that, I'm going to call the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta,
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. So that was the amendment. And we are going to now move to, I think, the main motion as amended. So we're now going to deal with the subject with the main motion as amended. And I'll look to council for any other questions. And seeing none, any other comments? And seeing none, we're going to call the question on the main motion as amended. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor.
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor?
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Now, members of council, I've got a request that we need a 5-minute bio break, so we'll be right back after 5 minutes. Thank you. Could council please put back on your cameras and we'll get going? Just waiting. I don't see Councillor Liggett, so we're just going to reach out. We will get going. So up next we have report number 22-006-CRS 2021 year-end operating update. This item was pulled from consent. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hamilton, I have amended the motion, so I'll read it in the amended portion. Since we're the
No,
mover.
just one moment. Okay. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to weigh in. Yes. Yeah, you need to read it as it currently is, and then you'll have to bring an amendment forward. But you need to read the recommendation that was in the consent agenda. Would you like Madam Clerk to read that one?
I can do it.
Okay.
All right. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Recommendation that report 22-006 CRS 2021 year-end operating update be received, and that the tax supported and water utility operating budget variances for the December 2021 reporting period reportable under the budget control bylaw and is outlined in report 22-006 CRS be approved, and that the operating surplus resulting from the cost containment associated with the COVID-19 pandemic in the amount of $2,037,936 be transferred to the rate stabilization reserve, and that the tax supported operating surplus of $3,318,232 be transferred to the rate stabilization reserve, and that a transfer of $180,307,000 be drawn from the water rate stabilization reserve fund, and further that the containment sites grant program reserve be closed out with its balance being transferred to the core areas transformation fund. Speaking to the motion. Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. With the help and approval of staff, they've come up with the following amendment that meets the needs of our affordable housing. So the amendment is that basically following the third big paragraph, I guess.
Councillor Wolf, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but we just conferred and there was a portion of the motion that didn't get read.
Oh.
So I would say that just after, and that a transfer of $180,307 be drawn from the water rate stabilization reserve fund. Just missed the next two paragraphs. So I'm just wondering if you could just take it from there and read the rest of that motion.
And that, which one?
The one that you missed starts with, and that the wastewater surplus of.
I don't see it on my.
I'm going to have the Madam Clerk just to
Madam
read it out.
Clerk, yeah, because
Yeah,
I
if that's all right,
don't see that on my sheet here, sorry.
which is probably why you miss it. So no problem. We were just making sure that this needs to be accurate before it gets
Right,
put on.
no, that's fine.
Madam Clerk?
So the two paragraphs start with, and that the wastewater surplus of $3,494,199 be transferred to the wastewater rate stabilization reserve fund and the wastewater capital reserve fund as outlined in report 22-006 CRS, and that the transfers to and from the reserve funds as outlined in Appendix A to report 22-006 CRS be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Read the last paragraph.
Yeah, and we'll just read the last paragraph and then have Councillor Wolf carry on. Just the last paragraph there.
And further, that the Contaminated Sites Grant Program Reserve be closed out with its balance being transferred to the Core Areas Transformation Fund.
Okay.
Thank you. Now go ahead, Councillor Wolf. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so my amendment as written by our finance department is, and that the tax supported operating surplus as a result of waived development charges being lower than budgeted in 2021 in the amount of $800,000 be transferred to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund for the implementation of a policy to waive development charges for affordable housing developments. And then what would slightly change is from the original motion is, and that the remaining tax supported operating surplus of $2,518,232 be transferred to the rate stabilization reserve. And
I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to put it up. I'm a bit lost myself. Madam Clerk will just put it up on the screen.
so basically it's the same except for this additional paragraph, and the $800,000 came off the $3,318,232 to give you the last sentence.
Could you just repeat that? I'm still struggling to try and figure out where
we've
this
added
goes.
we've added one paragraph to the motion, which is, and that the tax supported operating surplus, etc. And the only change to the original motion is that instead of $3,318,232 going into the rate stabilization reserve, there is now going to be $2,518,232 going into the rate stabilization reserve. So we're diverting $800,000 of the surplus into the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. So basically the entire motion is the same, except that we're diverting $800,000 of surplus into the Affordable Housing Development Reserve Fund, the Affordable Housing, the Reserve Fund.
And that was the, and just clarifying, because there's two paragraphs that has surplus at $3 million. So in the tax supported operating surplus of $3,318,232, that's
crossed out.
Okay.
And it's now, as it says here, $2,518,232.
Okay, that's clear.
Okay, so basically we've just taken some of the surplus for the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, because as you know, I think there's only about 14,000, 15,000, not very much money in it now. And this would be a very good use of the reserve, of the surplus.
Okay, I'm just going to just move over to Ms. Ayers just to clarify what's in the affordable housing reserve there. And I saw that you were unmuting there for a moment, so I'll just have Ms. Ayers just weigh in just to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, the balance of the affordable housing reserve is approximately $20,000 at this time. So as Councillor Wolf is trying to achieve with this motion, $800,000 of the total surplus for 2021 is related to savings from the WAVE DC policy that is in place. So she's trying to divert that funding to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, and then the balance of the surplus will be transferred to the Rate Stabilization Reserve. So I hope that helps to clarify.
It does, thank you. Okay, you could take that down. Thank you. And I'll move next to Councillor Mann. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you and to staff, and I wonder if Ms. Ayers could just give us what the balance in the rate stabilization fund would be. I know we're trying to reach something in the neighborhood of $10 to $15 million, which is considered, maybe I'm out, but I thought that was the figure that we're trying to reach as far as something that's reasonable for a city our size.
Through you, Mayor McGarry, Appendix A of the staff report that we are discussing now shows the balance of all the city's reserve and reserve fund balances. At December 31st, 2021, the rate stabilization reserve had a balance of $10,487,000.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this amendment that Councillor Wolf has brought forward? Councillor Mann?
Just one other one, if I may, Madam Chair. And for me, I know that I like to be forewarned when something like this is coming forward, and to get it at the last minute I need more time to process it. And I know what Councillor Wolf is trying to do, and I appreciate and respect that, because the affordable housing fund being at $20,000 is not much, and I just need more warning in future. If I can get that warning, it helps me to make an informed decision instead of a decision on the fly. So that's all I'm trying to say, that I would appreciate that if it's available in the future. Thanks.
And my question would be somewhat the same. My question would be, at the moment, to Councillor Wolf and I guess Councillor Hamilton, can this come back where we would take potential $800,000 out if that comes forward as a recommendation from the staff report that's supposed to come back on the policy and the and that piece around waived development charges for affordable housing, and then maybe we could take it at that time and fill up the coffers on the on that particular piece. Go ahead.
First of all, I would prefer not to have that happen. In relation to Councillor Mann, I did send this amendment I think on Friday, to all of council, that this would be coming forward. And I really think that we need to put our money where our mouth is. Like we have already this reserve fund, which only has this $20,000 in, which we know we can't do much with. We have surplus funds right now. We just gave a developer a $4 million or $4.5 million gift in development charges, And we're asking for a small portion of the surplus to go into our Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. So no matter what the report comes back from staff, we already have established this reserve fund, which doesn't have the money we need in it. Plus, this is the recommendation from staff. This isn't me pulling $800,000 out of the air. I worked with staff to get this recommendation. This is coming from staff. It's approved by staff. And for us just to defer it, I think is not a good idea. I think we need to stop putting off what we keep saying is the most important thing this city needs and start doing something concrete about it. So I would like to see this amendment passed as is tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wasn't intending to defer. I just wondered if it would be better coming forward with the staff report. Councillor Liggett.
Okay, that's where I was going to go. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're not looking for a deferral. We're looking for a pass the amendment or turn the amendment down.
That is correct. Any further comments or questions on the amendment that Councillor Wolf brought forward? And Councillor Wolf, are you wanting to speak again, or is that a legacy hand? Okay. And seeing no further hands, we're going to call the question just on Councillor Wolf's amended. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Right, so we'll move forward now with the main motion as amended. Are there any questions for staff or comments from council on the main motion as amended? And seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Right, we're now going to move forward to agenda item 11.1.2, report 22-010-CRS professional services, naming and sponsorship rights. And Councillor Wolf, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Urmeta, that report 22-010-CRS professional services, naming and sponsorship rights be received, and the council approve the award of request for quotations, high score, professional services, naming and sponsorship rights to Intercom Inc. of Burlington, Ontario, being the top ranked respondent of the aforementioned solicitation process for a fixed fee of $145,000 plus HST for program administration services, and further that all sales program implementation services provided by Intercom Inc. under the terms and conditions of the agreement shall be subject to council approval, including the proposed commission rate at a maximum 10% contract payable to Intercom Inc. above and beyond the fixed fee.
Right, thank you. So you've heard the motion, so we're just going to move forward now to any questions of staff. And seeing none, are there any comments from members of council? And seeing none, we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Armetta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Leggett,
In favor?
Councillor Mann,
In favor?
Councillor Reed,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Our next item is agenda number 11.2.1, report 22-008-CRE, delegation of authority for the core areas community improvement plan. And I understand that we do have somebody with us to answer any questions if need be. Councillor Leggett, you have this motion. Will you please read it?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Reed, that report delegation of authority for the core areas SIP be received and that the Director of Economic Development and Chief Financial Officer or designates be provided with with delegated authority to approve funding applications made pursuant to the core areas community improvement plan for financial incentives, and that a transfer of $1 million per year over 4 years be made from the Core Areas Transformation Fund, CATF Reserve Fund, to the Economic Development Operating Budget for the Core Areas Community Improvement Plan SIP programs, and further that the bylaw attached to report number 22-008 CRE be passed. And I'd like to speak to this on behalf of Councillor Devine, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Councillor Devine had previously booked a vacation prior to this, and he couldn't be in attendance at tonight's meeting. So he's asked me to put a motion forward for a deferral until he's able to be here. And I'd like a seconder for that, please. That's Councillor Mann. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm sorry, it's Councillor Mann?
Yes.
Thank you.
So speaking to time and place, he will be here. He will not be here for the, sorry, I'm a bit confused. He will not be here for the May 17th meeting. So the one following that is when he'd like this to come forward.
Just one moment, please. Thank you. I have been conferring with the clerk, and I just want to make it pretty evident to the watching public that this is not a proxy vote. This isn't necessarily another member of council who's not here and not on the screen coming forward with a motion. It's highly unusual, and I want to make sure that there's transparency here. So Councillor Liggett, if this is something that you're willing to bring forward, it needs really to be yours, and that we're not bringing motions forward when other councillors are absent from the meeting. I don't think that that's the kind of thing that you're trying to do, but I just want to be crystal clear that this is not a motion from Councillor Devine, who's not present.
That's very correct. I thought I was clear. I obviously wasn't. It was moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mann that this be deferred until the June meeting.
I'm going to, Councillor Reid, before I go to you, I just want to note that we have Trevor McWilliams with us from the, just in case there's anything else that comes up, but we need to speak to time and place. Councillor Reid.
Well, I am going to be in opposition to this. I don't think that we stop the business of the city because someone is unable to be present. So I think the time and place to have this is today. And so I know that many of us, in fact, even the mayor, you were away for medical leave, and we didn't stop the business of the city for that either. So I think that the business needs to continue. I think it's a terrible precedent to set.
Thank you. I'll move next to Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking to time and place, I suppose I even have to back up even further. I'd like to remove myself as a seconder on this motion, especially after you've had clarification with the Madam Clerk. And so I'll remove myself as seconder from this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. With a wave of the hand, I'm going to see if there's another seconder for this motion. Councillor Mehta. Councillor Wolf, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll also be opposed to this motion. I think this is not particular to any ward, so this is something that we can decide as a council today. I see no reason to delay it.
Thank you. I'll now move next to Councillor Mehta. Go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting the deferral, obviously, and Hesper is one of the core areas, so that would be Councillor Devine's ward, so I think he should be here to at least comment on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And my comment will be, we have quorum. This is a business of the city, so I'll be voting against the deferral. And I think what we'll do is call the vote on the deferral motion, Madam Clerk, and then we'll go to the main motion, just depending on if this passes or fails. So this is voting on the amendment for deferral. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Opposed.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor McGarry.
Opposed.
And that's defeated.
Okay, now we'll move to the main motion, and I'll look to members of council for any questions that you have on this, reminding you that we have Mr. McWilliams here to answer any questions. Councillor Liggett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trevor, when normally when we do this, this comes before council and we get to look at the applications for the grants and the funding. So and we get to approve it based on our opinions and staff's recommendations. So with us handing over the delegation of authority to the director and the ECDEV and chief financial officer, is this taken completely out of our hands then at that point in time? Because it would just come to council as a done deal, or it wouldn't come to council at all?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Liggett. Thank you. Excellent question, Councillor. We would still be reporting to Council, but it would be a review report we'd be bringing to Council about what applications were approved. The whole intention behind bringing it originally to Council was to show Council the new CIP programs and to show the benefit of these programs that were being now offered to the core areas. And now that we've had them since August, we think that of last year, we think that they have been extraordinarily successful, and we wanted to show Council just how successful these new programs are. We feel that we have now done that, and we didn't want to take up any more of Council's time with respect to the reports, which are extremely similar. However, we did still want to have oversight. Now, I will remind Council that we have done the former BRP programs. You will recall did not come to Council, and we did those for many, many, many years, about since the 1990s. So this was the program that we had brought forward, the new program, to show Council how successful these were. Council kindly did approve each one of them and gave their comments. We feel now that going forward, Council knows about the programs, knows how successful they are, knows about the Core Areas Transformation Fund, and now that we can proceed forward, and it will improve the speed at which the applications are now made. We still have oversight from the Chief Financial Officer. Economic development no longer works by itself, as planning did at the time for the BRP, which was successful but dated. Now we have oversight directly from finance, and that's why we're asking for delegated authority, not only for the Director of Economic Development, but also from the Chief Financial Officer. So we feel that oversight is certainly still there, and these programs will still be very, very unique and also successful for each of the applicants, and we'll be able to provide them now in a more speedy fashion. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thanks for joining us, Trevor, at this late hour. Just wondering, you mentioned streamlining, efficiency, increasing the speed, but how much exactly? So if this were to go through or versus not going through, what exactly is the difference between a potential application? What is the difference in speed that we're looking at here?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, to Councillor Hamilton, thank you. Great question, Councillor. We're dealing probably with about a month because of the reports that have to come to Council. There is a lead time that has to be done through the e-scribe process as well as through all the approval process. It does take time. And we like to provide, once the approval is given, once staff has analyzed it, we'd like to give approval as quickly as possible, because many of the people now, especially with COVID, are looking at doing construction on their businesses as quickly as possible. So that's one of the reasons why we'd like to come forward with this now. Again, to streamline that process, it will change nothing, and we still have oversight not only from economic development, but from financial staff. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you.
One of the questions I had was how often, Mr. McWilliams, would you be looking at reporting back to Council? Had you considered that yet?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, that consideration has not been given now, but we were discussing quarterly for reports. It's something that we have done in the past. When I was in planning, we did for site plans, we brought site plan reports just to advise Council of what was going forward. And certainly I will have discussions with the Deputy City Manager about what would be appropriate, but certainly reporting to Council is extremely important, and we certainly will continue to do that. Simply because we believe these programs are so successful, we still want to continue the news to Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Liggett, is that a legacy hand, or did you have another
No,
question?
I have a question.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Trevor, the SIP program covers what, 5 different funds? Programs and funds, is that correct? Grants and funds?
Through you, Mayor McGarry, that is correct. We have the different programs. That's correct, Councillor Liggett.
So currently every one of those comes before Council, is that correct? Or just
through you, Mayor McGarry, the applications as opposed to the exemptions of certain planning fees, but yes, the applications do come forward to Council.
Okay, could you please tell us, remind us what they are?
They are in your report. If you look under the background section, you'll notice it's the Commercial Property Improvement Grant, the Commercial Building Restoration, Renovation and Improvement Grant, the Mixed Use Conversion and Restoration Grant, and the Tax Increase Based Equivalent Grant Program.
Okay, so thank you for that. So that we're looking at millions of dollars of tax funded money that we will not have any say in then after this. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, I'm sorry, Councillor, are you asking me a question if council has a say on the programs themselves?
No, I'm saying so potentially by this vote, we're looking at millions of dollars of taxpayers' money not being under the auspices of council's decisions. Is that correct?
Through you, Councillor, I believe I will let the Deputy City Manager or the Chief Financial Officer answer that particular question.
Thank you. I saw Ms. Ayers' hand up, so I'll switch. Is that who wants to speak to it? Ms. Ayers, go ahead.
I can certainly speak to it. I just wanted to clarify through you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify that each of these 4 programs that Trevor has mentioned have been brought to council, and the guidelines of the program have been approved by council. So in providing the delegated authority to the Director of Economic Development and the Chief Financial Officer, we will be approving any applications within those parameters of the programs that council has already approved, and then reporting back to council for information on what has been approved. It would all be within a budget approved by council of the $1 million that will be transferred into the economic development budget to administer the programs. So I just want to clarify that we're not just approving anything that comes forward. It does need to be in compliance with the program that has been approved by council.
And I'm going to have Ms. Zonleiter jump in there too. Ms. Zonleiter, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor McGarry, to council. Further to what Ms. Ayers has said, there is no discretionary approval within the programs. All applications must meet the criteria that's set out in the program. If anything didn't meet the criteria, but staff felt that it should come to council for consideration, we would certainly entertain that option. But there is no discretion. All applications must meet the criteria as set out in each program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, is there any other comment that council would like to make? Councillor Mann, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I have no problem with the motion. I have no problem with the report. I'm satisfied with the staff's overview and with our Chief Financial Officer and the Director of Economic Development taking a look at this and approving it and then reporting back to council on a biannual basis. I think it does take some of the responsibility away from council, which is something we had in the past, but it also speeds up the process, and it also makes our Chief Financial Officer and our Director of Economic Development accountable to us. And so the accountability is still there and the reporting process is still there, and I have no problem with the motion, and I will support this without any problem or hesitation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mehta, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I do appreciate what went into the report and all the opinions. I won't be voting in favor of this motion just because I believe that council should be having the final decision. I certainly welcome staff's expertise on this, like on, whatever would come forward to us. But I believe that it should be voted on by council, and for that reason, I'll be opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm really torn on this one because we have been entrusted by the public to make decisions on their behalf of how the tax dollars that we collect are spent. But at the same time, I'm so glad that I've been asking these questions tonight because I was going to vote against this motion based on that. But when I look at the oversight that could be here, I would imagine, and maybe I should have asked this, that if we are unhappy with something, you know, can we come back and counter something? I don't think that's a discussion for right now. So I think I'm going to support this motion based on the comments from staff here tonight. And even though there's still that little bit of thought in my head that we should be doing our job as elected officials and making those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would fully support the motion too. I think that we've put the parameters in place, and as Ms. Ayres, Ms. Onleiter and Mr. McWilliams has outlined for us, we'll be reporting on it quarterly or at very often intervals. And I think that they have done the job in ensuring that we've got the parameters set out in order to expedite the process and assist our business owners. So with that, I'm going to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Armetta.
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have item number 11.3.1, Report 22-043-CD Recommendation Report, Zoning Bylaw Amendment 285 Limerick Road. And I understand that we have Michael Campos with us for a presentation, and he's our intermediate planner. And I see him just connecting here, so we'll give him a minute. Hi, Michael. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I can. Good evening.
Yes, thanks for your patience. So I understand that you do have a presentation?
Yes.
Great. And I see it coming up now. So once you're ready, just let the clerk know when she can advance your slide. He or she, I'm not sure which. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, senior staff, and members of the public. My name is Michael Campos, and I'm an intermediate planner with the city. I'm here today to present our recommendation relating to the zoning bylaw amendment application submitted for 285 Limerick Road. Next slide, please. So in terms of our timeline, the application has gone through the typical review process. The application was presented at a public meeting on August 25th, 2020, and subsequently went through a review process by city staff and outside agencies. The comments received were addressed by the applicant, and we are now presenting the staff recommendation on this application at today's meeting. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are located on the west side of Limerick Road, south of Knotty Pine Avenue, within the Preston Heights neighborhood, just south of Highway 401. The site has a lot area of approximately 0.33 hectares and is currently occupied by a single detached dwelling, garage, and shed. The existing area surrounding the subject property is comprised of primarily new residential growth, including single detached and townhome units. And a number of parks and schools are also located in proximity to the site and within walking distance. The Preston core area is also located approximately 5-minute drive to the southeast. Next slide, please. So the applicant is proposing to develop the subject lands with 7 3-story street-fronting townhouse units. And in order to develop the subject property with the proposed townhouse built form, a zoning bylaw amendment application was required to rezone the lands from the current residential R2 zone to the residential RM4 zone, which would allow townhouse development on the lands. Presently, the zoning applied on the lands only permits the development of single detached dwellings. And so in addition to the rezoning the lands to the RM4 zone, which would permit the desired townhouse built form, the amendment also requests the establishment of site-specific provisions that would facilitate its development. And the site-specific provisions include the following: to permit a minimum interior side yard setback of 1.5 meters, whereas a minimum interior side yard of setback of 3 meters is required; to permit a maximum of 7 attached dwelling units, whereas a maximum of 6 attached dwelling units are permitted; and to permit a 1.5 meter wide planting strip along the rear and interior side lot lines, whereas a minimum of 3 meters is required. The applicant currently has a plan of subdivision application submitted with the region of Waterloo that seeks to subdivide the land to create the individual lots associated with the proposed townhouse units. And no affordable units are proposed as part of this application. Next slide, please. And so the proposed draft plan of subdivision, which will be displayed on the following slide, includes 7 lots fronting onto Limerick Road, which will provide individual lots for each of the proposed townhouse units. This will permit each unit and associated lot to be sold to individual purchasers. The proposed plan also creates one block known as Block 8, with the remaining balance of the land to the rear of the townhomes. And this land is planned for future consolidation with an existing adjacent parcel to permit future lots for residential development purposes. Until such time as an access is made available to those lands, known as Block 8, a holding provision will be placed on this portion of the property, which will prohibit any development. And once an available access is created through an adjacent property, the owner may be able to apply to lift the holding provision to permit its development. Next slide, please. And so the plan displayed on your screen is the proposed draft plan of subdivision. And as can be seen, the 7 individual lots will be created with access to Limerick Road. Block 8, which is the large rectangular parcel shown to the west of the 7 individual lots, will remain available for future development once an access is guaranteed to the lands. The owner of the subject property has been in discussion with adjacent owners regarding the future purchase of an adjacent block. However, the purchase of this block has not been finalized. And please note that the holding provision will only be placed on Block 8. The applicant would be able to proceed with the development of the townhomes should council approve the recommendation this evening and subject to approval of the plan of subdivision. Next slide, please. And the following illustration is of the proposed concept plan for the townhomes. So as can be seen, 7 units will be constructed as part of one block of townhomes. Each unit will have access to individual driveways off of Limerick Road and is planned to provide a single car garage and 1 space in each provided access driveway per unit. The proposed townhouse is expected to be primarily cladded with brick, which is consistent with the design and character of the surrounding residential neighborhood. Each unit will also have access to a substantial backyard amenity space for future residents to enjoy. The proposed development represents a form of intensification of underutilized lands within a settlement area at a maximum density of 21 units per gross hectare. The lands are identified as being within the designated greenfield area on the city's official plan, and the region has identified a target of 50 residents and jobs combined per hectare for the greenfield area. This development will provide residential density that positively supports the region's density target. Next slide, please. And the following images display the proposed elevations of the townhouse development. And as is shown, the development will be 3 stories in height. It will provide one car garage per unit and stairs that will lead to the entrances to the unit on the 2nd floor. The second image is a view of the townhouse development from the rear of the units. Next slide, please. And so the following are the considerations that were taken in preparing the recommendation report. In addition to the consistency and conformity to the applicable provincial, regional, and local planning legislation, consideration was also had for land use compatibility with surrounding existing development, the appropriateness of the proposed site-specific zoning requests, the required improvements to Limerick Road and water, sewer, and stormwater servicing extensions, required screening between proposed development and existing development fronting onto Naughty Pine Avenue, and comments received from council, the public, and the agency circulation. Next slide, please. And so the staff recommendation is as follows. The report 22043 CD recommendation report zoning bylaw amendment 285 Limerick Road be received, and that Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site from the residential R2 zone to the multiple residential RM4 zone, and to establish site-specific provisions for the site to permit the development of 7 street-fronting townhouse units. And that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaw attached to this report be passed. Next slide, please. And thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. My contact information is provided on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And we're going to hear from the next delegation, and then we'll have questions for staff and the consultant. So we're going to bring in next Councillor Reid, did you want to? Yes, you've taken your hand down. Thank you. We're going to have Franz Kloiphofer, the principal planner, AJ Clark and Associates Limited here to present as well. We'll just bring Franz in. So just a moment, please. Franz, it's Mayor McGarry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mayor McGarry.
Great, thank you. Do you have a presentation as well? I think you do.
I do. Why don't we pull it up and we'll see where it goes from there.
Okay. And what I can do is just have you ask the clerk to advance the screen once you're ready. But please welcome and please go ahead.
Absolutely, and I may not need it advanced depending on how this goes here. But good evening, Madam Chair, members of Council. My name is Franz Kloiphofer, and I'm a registered professional planner and principal with AJ Clark and Associates. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my client, Arvind Zakari, in regard to a zoning bylaw amendment at 285 Limerick Road. Now, as you've seen in the previous presentation, this is a fairly straightforward application to permit 7 street townhouses in a remnant block off of Plum Ridge Crescent. I would like to thank my colleague, Mr. Campos, on a fine presentation. And in fact, I feel that Mr. Campos's presentation was so complete that I really have nothing to add. So in the interest of brevity, after what has been a long night already, and to avoid any duplication in our presentation, I've decided to forego my presentation. I have reviewed the staff report. I am fully supportive of staff's recommendation. And with that, I'd like to thank you with your time. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and I think that's appreciated. So I think what we might do is just put the motion on the floor, and then if you could stay with us, and we'll ask questions of yourself and staff should council so wish. So I'm going to have Councillor Reid. Would you like the clerk to read it, Councillor Reid? Yep. Okay. Yes, okay. Madam Clerk, thank you.
So it's moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Leggett, that report 22-043 CD recommendation report zoning bylaw amendment 285 Limerick Road be received, and that Cambridge Council approves the proposed zoning bylaw amendment to amend the zoning of the site from the residential R2 zone to the multiple residential RM4 zone, and to establish site-specific provisions for the site to permit the development of 7 street-fronting townhouse units, and that Cambridge Council is satisfied that a subsequent public meeting in accordance with subsection 3417 of the Planning Act is not required, and further that the bylaw attached to the report be passed.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Reid?
Yes, and I have a question as well.
Okay, go ahead.
But I certainly am in support of this motion. I think that, you know, it adds to our stock, which we dearly need, and the intensification is good. My question, though, has to do with Block 8 and wondering about how that access would take place, and also would Block 8 then also be zoned as RM4, or does it remain R2?
Is that question directed at me? My apologies, Madam Mayor.
I think whoever would answer it. So if you can answer that, Franz, go ahead.
I'd be happy to. So it is intended that this would be an RM4 zone as well. Block 8 would be an RM4 zone as well. It would require comprehensive development with that small slice of property you see on the neighboring property off of Plum Ridge Crescent. So it would be, finally, it would be a comprehensive development that would incorporate that parcel as well in a future development. Now, we are in a position right now where my client isn't willing to sell the property. The neighbor isn't willing to sell the property. So over time, we're hoping that spirits will change and that will allow for that comprehensive development of that land in the future. And yes, it would be that RM4 zone, to answer your question, Councillor Reid, through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions for our consultant or for staff from members of council? And seeing none, I think we'll then move to any comments. And seeing none, I wanted to thank you, Franz, for coming in this evening. And as we go forward with the vote, we'll remove you from the waiting room, or put you back in the waiting room, or you could continue to follow along this item on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. But thanks so much for your patience and for joining us this evening.
Thank you very much.
And before we move to the vote, are there any other comments or questions from staff or for staff or from council? I'm seeing none. We're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Next up on our agenda, we have item number 11.4.1, Report 22-004-IFS, Wastewater Disposal Stations Update. And I believe that Mike Parsons, Director of Environmental Services, will be available to answer any questions. Hi, Mike. Are you there just to answer questions? It's Mayor McGarry.
I am here, yes. Just let me start my video here. Sorry.
Okay.
Hello?
I can hear you. Thank you. All right. So what we will do at the moment is put the motion on the floor, and Councillor Urmeta, you have this one. Will you please read it?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. The motion's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Wolf. Wastewater disposal stations update. That report 22-004 IFS wastewater disposal stations update be received, and that council directs the Director of Environmental Services to decommission Churchill Park's wastewater disposal station.
Thank you. Did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you. I didn't. I did maybe have a question I might put forward. I think it was in the report anyways, but I think it's
go ahead with your. Yeah, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Your Worship. So when this is shut down, where would be the closest free station that they could end up using? That is a concern that I have. I think it's too far according to the map, but I just wanted to talk about that publicly and get that feedback publicly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your question, Councillor Urmeta, and through you, Your Worship. The closest station, I believe, is at Pinehurst Conservation Area. But again, it really depends on which direction the person with the trailer is coming from. If they're coming from the south, Pinehurst is definitely the closest option. There are some other close options closer to the end of Myers Road and Branchton Road and out the southeast part of town as well.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw, I see your hand waving. Please go ahead.
Just to add, there are 6 or 7 privately operated stations within 10 to 20-minute driving distance.
Thank you. All right, I'll go forward with Councillor Wolf, followed by Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mike, I noticed in the report it said that we asked the region or asked Kitchener if they could have this the service at one of their wastewater facilities. And I was wondering why we didn't ask for a wastewater facility in Cambridge to have this service.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf, for your question. Through your worship, Mayor McGarry, the conversation was had with the region regarding the potential for a station at one of their treatment plants in Cambridge as well. Our conversation really did focus on the station that they were currently building for the commercial use, but we did have a conversation relating to the treatment plants in town, and the same resolve ended the conversation. They did not see it as a viable option for them for those sites in town here. The current municipal operated stations are, however, primarily located in treatment plant facilities. Unfortunately, we don't operate one.
Councillor Hamilton, followed by Councillor Mann. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and thanks very much, Mike, for being with us at a late hour. My question had to do with illegal dumping. If there's any fears that by cutting off this public source of dumping waste that people just might go elsewhere. Are there any concerns over that or any ways to deter it?
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, and through your worship, Mayor McGarry. That's always a concern that people are illegally dumping. However, we do have sewer use bylaws in place. We do have it is a crime to do that. We do have fines relating to that, and the Ministry of Environment is they can investigate that type of activity, as can our bylaw, and as can environmental enforcement staff at the region. At this moment, we don't see that as a common practice in town. People don't typically just go to the side of the road and dump, as far as we are aware. It is a concern, but there are mechanisms in place to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up question, Your Worship, if I may. Mike, if someone does, let's say that they're unaware that this site is closed and they go to use it and it's shut, will there be any signs or anything directing people to the next closest station, even if it's a private one, or will it just be an empty space at that point?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hamilton, and through your worship. The plan has been to essentially eliminate the location and signage. However, that is an option that we can look at to help convey that message.
Great. Thanks very much, Mike. Appreciate it.
There's an existing sign currently there to advising residents that this site will be closed. That's there since last summer, let's put it that way. And we can replace that sign with providing a map or a link to a locations where people can find the other stations.
That's great. Thank you. Something like this, better to be safe than sorry. So thank you, Yogesh.
Thank you, Councillor Mann, followed by Councillor Liggett. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thanks for the presentation, Mike, and for the questions that you've answered. And I know this location has been around for a long time, for many, many years, decades, and it's become a real convenience for people who are traveling. And it's not just people who go away for a weekend to a campsite and then come back, but people who have traveled to various places across our country or into the States, and they come back with a full septic system and they need a place to dump it. And I understand that. And so I know we take this away from the traveler and tell them to find something else on their own. And if Pinehurst is the first location, as you say, it depends where you're coming from. In different areas within the city, it makes it very difficult. I don't know what the fee is at Pinehurst, but there's going to be a fee. And as Councillor Hamilton said, I'm concerned about the illegal dumping. Wouldn't we be better to have something instead of taking it away and giving them nothing. That's my concern. I think that when you take something that's been provided to the public for such a long time and it's been a great service, and you take it away and say, now you're on your own, I think I just wonder if we encourage people to do wrong things instead of doing the right things. So is there any other option, anything else that could be available other than just closing this facility and not having any other option within the city or any other facility within the city?
Yes, go ahead, Yogesh.
Yeah, so typically this service is provided where the RV campsites are located. And so most sites for dumping the waste from the RV stations, they are basically at the campsite. We did have campsite at Churchill Park. We closed that campsite in 2015. So station was provided for campsite users, and it was not primarily for the travelers. Travelers may be using it. We decommissioned the RV campsite and left the station on. It is real concern and the safety for the park users. And so the location is not really convenient and it's not safe to keep it operating where heavy vehicles could go in, the odor issue. So all those concerns are there. There's a better use of that park space in future. So that's the primary reason we would like to shut it down. There is 6 or 7 sites available in close proximity, and we also provided an option for council to consider. So if council continues to want to provide this service, we propose that we build a new one, which would be much more safer to operate and outside the park setting.
Thank you, Yogesh. And as a follow-up, Madam Chair, thanks for that explanation. Is there any way that we could make this safe? I mean, it's been used for all those years in the past. Is there any way that we could make it safe for people who are using it so that they could continue to use it? It's such a convenience, and we know that there are a number of people across the community who do use it and appreciate the opportunity and the convenience of it. Could we not make it safer than what it is?
We can make everything safe. It's been in use for so many years, so it's not that it's not safe. But I think there's a better option. If you need to spend money to make it safe, whether create something which is easily accessible outside the park setting and spend the money rightly, so it continues to operate for years to come without any concern.
Thanks, Yogesh. And just one more question, if I may, Madam Chair. There's a campers association, I believe. Did we check with them to see if there were any other options that they might be able to provide or suggest for us as far as campers are concerned? There's a large number of them across the province, and if we checked with those other organizations, would there have been something available there that they could have suggested or help us with?
I think the map which we put it into the report, there are service available, free service available. So basically you can Google and find those maps. So that's the service. It's mostly at the campsites or municipally owned treatment plants. So it's either one or the other. That's where these dumping stations are typically available. And so whether it's a camp associations or through the campers, these free sites, that's where it's available. So this has been gathered, the information based on that consultation or review by staff.
Thank you, Yogesh. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we dealt with this last fall, we had a petition before us. We had presenters in front of us. And as Councillor Mann has stated, we had the group of people who joined together to do traveling back and forth across the country who had also commented to us. I was under the understanding that we would have the consultation with the region, but it would come back to us and come back to the public again once the report had been in place, and that if the region wasn't going to do something about it, we would come up with some sort of an alternative, but that's not what's in front of us tonight. I'm wondering what type of what type of going out there back to those people has been done in order for them to come tonight and to speak to us. We saw one letter today from someone who said they had no notification. And it sort of reminds me of what happened the last time. It wasn't until there was a sign, which is still the existing sign, saying it was going to be shut down. But now I'm hearing that they had no notification. This was coming before us tonight. So was there notification, and excuse me, and when did that notification go out, and was there an opportunity for them to have a say other than an email today?
Go ahead, Mike, if you have notified.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the one person who received an email was the person who delegated last time in front of council. It was at a late time, a late hour, and the person was not able to be prepared to be here. However, the sign has been up for the entire winter. We have received a number of comments from the public inquiring about the location with notice at those times, identifying that the report is coming to council. Specifically reaching out to the Campers Association or whatnot. No, we did not reach out. We did reach out to the region and consulted with them relating to the possibilities of generating some interest on their end for a station. However, like I said, they weren't interested. They also saw this as a challenging proposal to make as cost neutral. So
just to add what Mike has stated is, as I recollect the presentation from the delegate at the last council meeting, he also expressed the same concern which staff has as children and the older and the park users, and he also expressed the same concern that this is not a safe location. He suggested that we consult with region and try to provide the facility at either Galt treatment plant or Hespeler treatment plant, because Hespeler would be close to 401, Galt would be on Highway 24. And that's why we took that advice and worked with region. Region doesn't want to provide that. And most municipal station, which he outlined in his presentation, they are all at the wastewater treatment plant. They are not outside the treatment plant. It's unfortunately that we don't own and operate treatment plant in Cambridge, so it is difficult for us to provide that service within the treatment plant. The option is still there that we need to build a new one. It will cost money, but it would be much more safer if we build a new one, as opposed to try and make this safe, because this is within the park setting. It makes sense at the time because there was an RV park there before.
Follow up, please, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So thank you for that. So you keep talking, staff keeps, sorry, I don't know who to direct this to, about one delegate, but we had more than one delegate. We also had a petition, but there seems to be one delegate that's zeroed in on. So what I'm hearing is that we did not notify the people who had come to us before with their concerns about this being shut down, including the Voyager group. Where were they? The Happy Wanderers or whatever they were called. So we have not reached out to anybody, and we're just referring back to their original delegation. That's what I'm hearing, correct?
Mike, if you want to take that, how many people we informed that report is coming to council, please?
Well, there was the one delegate from last time who was who presented. And I would have to look to see how many people we have we've contacted throughout the winter with inquiries. So I'd have to dig into our system to evaluate that.
I mean about it coming tonight specifically.
Specifically, I can't answer that because I'm not sure how many people were spoken to over the phone by other staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I'm watching the time, and within a couple of minutes, we're going to have to make a motion to extend past 10:30. I'm going to just quickly take the next comment from Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick comment. I wonder, is there any option that we have of telling, I hate to say it this way, but of suggesting where people can go to do the dumping that they used to do at this location, so that we can leave this facility open until we can tell them where the locations are, so that we give them options instead of just saying we're closed and the closest one is Pinehurst or whatever it is, or at the campsite or wherever, and you can't come here anymore. And I know we've put signs up, and that's a good first step, but I wonder if we put signs up and say, we're going to be closed, but here's the location, here are locations that you can go to get this done. And maybe if we build another one, or we say here are the locations to go to, but we give them options instead of just saying we're closed. Is that something that could be considered?
Yes, as through you, Madam Chair, I mentioned to Councillor Hamilton, we could put up a sign there with the map of the locations in the surrounding Cambridge area. So there are 6 or 7 privately operated stations. They're paid, they're not free, but we can provide that it's available and it's there.
Thank you, Yogesh. It's been a long night.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing no further hands up, so we're going to go to the vote, and then we're going to have to make a motion to extend or not. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Urmeta.
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
Opposed.
Councillor Mann.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So we're now going to go to a motion to extend from 10:30 to 11 p.m. Do I have a motion from a member of council to extend? Councillor Hamilton. And seconded by Councillor Wolf. Okay, and we're almost done, but we do need this motion if we're going to carry on. Madam Clerk, I will call for the vote.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. That actually does come to the end of our usual agenda. So now just looking for any member of council to see if there's any other business for discussion. And seeing none, we do want to go through next to notices of motion. So we do have a notice of motion next from Councillor Hamilton. So Councillor Hamilton, your motion will be added to the May 17th, 2022 special council meeting agenda. And at that time, this item will be discussed and voted on. Do you have a seconder for your motion, your notice of motion?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. It's Councillor Mann.
Thank you. Why don't you go ahead now and read your motion?
Thank you. The notice of motion is a request to the region of Waterloo to consider free public transportation on election days. And the recommendation is, whereas there's been an overall and consistent decline in voter turnout for municipal, provincial, and federal elections in Canada and in Waterloo region, despite the act of voting being essential to the proper functioning of the democratic process. Whereas many residents struggle to access transportation to polling stations on election days due to a lack of transportation available, physical mobility or accessibility issues, and/or socioeconomic status. Whereas any initiative to boost attention and incentives to vote on election days warrants attention and exploration in order to assist the democratic process and increase voter turnout. Be it resolved that correspondence be sent to the region of Waterloo on behalf of Cambridge Council to request free public transportation on election days for the municipal and school board election, as well as for the provincial and federal election days, so as to generate more attention about elections and polling station locations, and to encourage and make it possible for more residents to vote that would otherwise be unable to access the polling stations.
Thank you. And as I said, that will be discussed and voted upon on the May 17th, 2022 meeting. Thank you. I'm going to move next to Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please. Sorry, you just muted yourself.
Sorry about that. I have withdrawn my support for this motion because I would prefer to have a meeting of the people involved with the flag raiders. And if we could assist in any way to have a meeting set up between flag raiders and the neighborhood, I think that would be a better way to go.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that? Is it a notice of motion or is it?
No, just a direction.
And Councillor Wolf, I think I saw your hand up. Just one moment.
My hand was to move the motion.
Thank you for your patience. I was just conferring with the clerk to get some direction. Councillor Reid, if you're if you're pulling your or withdrawing your support for this, you won't be able to give direction. So you would just withdraw your notice of motion. Okay.
Yes, okay, then that's what I wish to do.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf, please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will move the motion, but before I move it, I would need to move a motion to waive notice of motion so we can present the motion tonight. To have the meeting May 17th, we need to pass this tonight to allow for the 20 days notice.
Councillor Wolf, are you, just for clarification for those that are watching, are you moving the notice of motion that Councillor Reid had printed?
Yes.
Okay.
But I need to do a waive of notice of motion.
Yes.
And then present it.
It wasn't clear to anybody watching what was going on. Okay.
And
so,
my seconder is Councillor Leggett.
For waiving notice of motion?
Yes.
Okay, so we will go forward first to waive notice of motion. And I will just clarify with the clerk that that's the motion. Yep. And we're ready to call the question on waiving notice. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
So Councillor Wolf, we've waived notice of motion. Would you please read the motion in its entirety?
Through you, Madam Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Leggett, that staff be directed to schedule a statutory public meeting under the Ontario Planning Act on May 17th, 2022, and report back on the request for a temporary use bylaw being established to permit flag raiders to operate at the property at 1500 Kossuth Road. And speaking to the motion.
Yep, go ahead.
Flag raiders is hoping to be able to operate this season at their property at 1500 Kossuth Road, and they want to get in touch with their neighbors to talk about the different things they want to mitigate to make this possible, because they want to be good neighbors. So that's why it's important for us to have a public meeting to discuss all the aspects of doing this. And in terms of what Councillor Reid was saying, it would be good if we could have a meeting with neighbors and flag raiders before the May 17th meeting, so we can sort things out before that time. So that's what I think Councillor Reid was suggesting. But anyway, I hope to pass this and at the same time encourage flag raiders to put in their application for a zoning change so that they will be able to use their property legally and within our official plan and the region's official plan, etc. Thanks.
Just one moment. I'm going to just take this moment to move to Mr. Bromberg or Ms. Prime just to just outline what's meant by an official plan amendment. We need to clarify if that's a regional official plan, an official plan from notice from Cambridge. I'm just wondering if Mr. Bromberg and Ms. Prime would just sort of speak to the clarification process. Ms. Prime, you've unmuted. Does that mean you're going to go ahead? Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, if I understand your question, the clarification is regarding the applications that were suggested be put forward. And that would be the application process through the region for a regional official plan amendment. There's an application process that is required. So that would be necessary. With respect to, that would be the first step ultimately. That's what would have to come in now. And then our official plan and any amendments that would happen in our plan would follow that regional process. But it would go first. Is there something further?
Yeah, I was just going to speak to the timing of a potential amendment to the regional official plan. From what I recall from what the regional commissioner spoke about, that the time for a regional official plan amendment to move from a prime agricultural to say something like rural area that would allow for outdoor paintball is going ahead in 2023. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that. Thank you.
Correct. That's the indication from the region. And then our official plan, the city's official plan, will be moving into an update in general in 2023 as well. So yes, this would be something that we could consider through our official plan update process moving forward in 2023, and then could be done perhaps combined with an application to the region's official plan as well in 2023. So they kind of can go together or one after another, and the timing would ultimately work out and be 2023.
Okay, and the last thing I'm just going to do to clarify the process is just to talk about a temporary use bylaw that may have to go in place in order to get them up and operating before the regional official plan, and sort of the zoning change could be done in the next year or two. But could you just speak just briefly to a temporary use bylaw and what that would require from the city, and a quick process of how that would come about from the city's perspective?
Sure. Through you, Your Worship, the temporary use bylaw requires a public meeting. So as with other zone change application amendment processes, we have a public meeting and then come back with a recommendation report after that. There is an appeal period, of course, as well, as a decision that would come in, whether it's a June meeting or a future meeting after a May public meeting, would be subject to appeal, and then that appeal period of 20 days and operation would happen after that, assuming there's no appeal. If there's an appeal, of course, I have no idea how long that process would take.
Thank you. I thought it was important to clarify all of the terminology so we sort of had a clearer process. Councillor Leggett, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yes, so if based on a gathering of the proponents as well as the opposition, what is the date Mr. Bromberg could recommend for meeting being facilitated, room being made available by staff?
Go ahead, Mr. Bromberg.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Liggett and the rest of council. I think staff would reach out to the proponent flag raiders and their consultant, and then we can determine what times and dates are available. That would not eliminate the need for a formal public meeting, which if council approves the motion on the floor, I would suggest we schedule that for May the 17th. But we would work with the proponent and any other individuals that might be interested in meeting with flag raiders, and we can reach out to them. But I think I want to make sure it's clear as well. It would not be the city that would be helping to facilitate a meeting. It would be up to the proponent to reach out to the neighborhood and who they feel is necessary. But we certainly can make arrangements for a room that they can meet here at City Hall or one of our facilities.
Okay, thank you. A follow-up question to Councillor Wolf.
Yep, go ahead.
So Councillor Wolf, you're just asking for a report on your request versus the entire recommendation of the report.
I'm not sure I gather your question. I'm just, the motion, you mean?
Yes, sorry.
The motion is basically just the May 17th meeting.
And report back on the request for a temporary use bylaw.
Yes.
So you're just asking for a report back, or you're asking for a recommendation with the report?
I'm just asking basically for the report.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question to staff, but I will wait until Councillor Mann asks his question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, maybe because it's late, I'm just a little confused then, because the motion reads that staff be directed to schedule a statutory public meeting under the Ontario Planning Act for May 17th. But what I'm hearing is that there's some talk about not doing it under the Planning Act, but just having an informal meeting with the proponent and the neighbors to talk about moving forward with flag raiders reestablishing themselves at 1500 Kossuth Road. So I need clarification on where we're going, because I've heard one thing, now I've heard another, and I'm not sure what we're really talking about.
Go ahead, Councillor Wolf. Sorry if you muted yourself.
We have to have the formal meeting on May 17th, but we all know what formal meetings tend to be. They're not a discussion. They're basically, speeches from these people, speeches from another people. We may have the discussion as council and make a decision, but at the formal meeting, there isn't discussion. So we need to have the formal meeting to fit with our timelines, which are legislated. But before the formal meeting, we're suggesting an informal meeting where there can be true discussion and back and forth between flag raiders and the neighbors. So that at the formal meeting.
So can I get clarification on that then? Are you asking for an informal meeting before the formal meeting? So are you asking for
yes.
So are you asking for direction? Are you providing direction before we vote on a motion?
I think staff have already said that they just said that they would provide a room, and they would speak to the flag raiders and their consultant to talk about time and reaching out, but the city would not necessarily be at that meeting. There would be a room. So,
sorry, Madam Chair, but if it's a statutory public meeting, then it has to be, staff have to be there.
The statutory public meeting is May 17th. We'll all be there.
So you're talking about something prior to that date?
Yes, which would be informal. But basically May 17th is what the motion is about, okay? But for May 17th to be successful, for us not to be looking at an appeal, we need the people to come together. And but we can't grant a temporary statutory, like a temporary use bylaw without a public meeting, which is the May 17th.
So if I may just weigh in and clarify, it sounds like the statutory public meeting that the motion speaks to is May 17th. And what you're suggesting is staff provide potentially a space for the proponent and the neighbors to get together on their time and their sort of their agenda in order to try and reach out to area neighbors ahead of the statutory public meeting. I'm going to weigh in at this particular time and ask a question too. We know that there's been a long history of the property owner of 1500 Kasuth Road being a good business owner and has recreation that is certainly well supported by our community and outside our borders as well. However, there have been times where they've used 1500 Kasuth Road to operate flag raiders, and then we were out of the off their property for the next few years at Binghamans. And from what I understand, I'd like to put this question to staff. There was a previous OMB decision on this particular property where flag raiders had to vacate their business from there, and that the OMB decision previous on this still causes me concern to look to a temporary use bylaw that could essentially be appealed. So I'm going to weigh in and ask staff to clarify what the history is of the OMB and what potential risk this brings to the city if a temporary use bylaw was actually passed. Mr. Bromberg, or who wants to answer that?
Sure, I'll start off through you, Mayor McGarry, to members of council. There were two temporary use bylaws that council supported a number of years ago. Both temporary use bylaws were not recommended by staff at the time, and the reason being it was not aligned with the regional official plan nor the city's official plan. In 2008, the council at the time followed staff's recommendation, did not support an extension of the temporary use bylaw, and that decision was subsequently appealed by the proponent. At the OMB, they made it clear that the use did not meet the region's official plan, nor did the use meet the city's official plan. And so therefore the temporary use bylaw was not approved. And so using that ruling, it would be I think pretty clear, nothing material has changed within the region's official plan or within the city's official plan. And I think the recommendation given the OMB ruling would also be to council not to support a temporary use bylaw at that property. And hence we would encourage the proponent to seek a regional official plan. As Ms. Prime has already indicated, there is a process for that. It is a public process. They can start that process with the region. We can discuss with the proponent once it gets a little bit down the line as to when they can come and apply for an amendment to the city's official plan. Again, that process too is public, and council would make a decision on that. We would expect a decision could be made at some point in 2023. I'm hoping that helps to clarify.
It does clarify to some extent, certainly. given that there was a previous OMB decision that did not support the use or the operation of flag raiders on this site, and zoning hasn't changed since then, potentially the proponent will go forward and request an application to make an amendment to the regional official plan and change the zoning, which will allow outdoor paintball. What risk would there be to the city and potentially the taxpayers if council moves ahead with a temporary use bylaw, asks staff to go forward, and yet there may be an appeal? And certainly we've heard from many people that are in support of this business, but we've also heard from neighbors that are against this particular use and have stated that they would appeal any decision at the moment. So what would the risk be to the city and potentially the taxpayers given the previous OMB decision on this property?
Maybe Mayor McGarry and through you to council, I'll attempt to answer that. Maybe Ms. Shields can jump in if she feels the need to. However, okay.
All right. Through you, Mayor McGarry, and to council, the OMB decision is not binding precedent, it's persuasive. So any future appeal on the same issues before the OMB would likely mean that council would get the same decision. And there could be a cost award against the city for bringing the same matter, knowing full well that the law has not changed. There is also the reputational risk to the city for passing a bylaw that they knew at the time would not be supported on an appeal before the OMB. So there are a number of issues that council would have to consider if you would move ahead with a temporary use bylaw. In addition, council would have to retain or the city, sorry, would have to retain external legal counsel and an external planner to defend council's position at the board. If there's an appeal, there's that cost associated with that as well, because staff, as we've indicated, would not be supportive of a temporary use bylaw at this time.
So just a clarification there. So a cost award would mean what to the city?
There is a potential risk that we would have to pay if we lost before the OMB, the costs of the other side on a full indemnity basis or partial. So partial costs or full costs. So there are legal expenses associated with the appeal. There is a potential risk of that.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I just had regarding the sort of time periods. I know that this is a business that wants to be up and running right now, but given what I'm hearing, Mr. Bromberg, maybe your team or Ms. Prime may be able to indicate how long it would take, let's say, if this was appealed. If you could just go through walk us through again the time period. So let's say after the May 17th public meeting, we make a decision, it goes forward with, requesting a temporary use bylaw, but there's an appeal period. And then how long would it take to actually get a hearing in front of OMB? That would be helpful information. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll answer that as well. Assuming that a bylaw is presented to council after the public meeting on May 17th, a bylaw is presented for approval. Well, a bylaw wouldn't be presented to council for approval because staff would be against it, but council could direct approve a bylaw. That would go into effect on the day it's passed. However, there's an appeal period of 20 days within which an applicant, well, in this case, a member of the public who appeared before council at the public meeting would be able to appeal that bylaw. And during that appeal period, the bylaw is not in effect. So in other words, flag raiders would not be able to operate out of their location during the appeal period. And in terms of a hearing date,
That's a little uncertain as well before the OLT. There's usually a case management conference, so parties can set a timetable for a hearing date, and that can take some time. I could say on a good day, it could be in the fall where we could get a hearing, but for other matters, it could be expedited and maybe early fall could be a hearing date. We don't know, but it certainly wouldn't be during the summer months. So until the matter is resolved at the OLT in favor of the appellant, they would not be able to operate at the location. If the OLT approves or approves the or supports the use, then the bylaw would become in effect and they would be able to start operating.
Thank you. And before we go any further, we've been so engrossed in this. We're at 11 or 10:59, and I will need another motion to extend for until we're either finish this item or until 11:30. What is council's pleasure? Maybe till this item is finished. And Councillor Reid is willing to move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Wolf, and Madam Clerk will take the vote.
Councillor Ermeda.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Right on the bell. All right, Councillor Liggett, you're next. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion of Councillor Wolf's is just to move it forward to the 17th.
It's not. No.
Councillor Reid, did you want to speak to that?
Well, yes, I don't think that's what the motion says. The motion says that there would be a bylaw change and that we would temporary use bylaw would be put in place, and that's something that at this point in time I cannot support.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking now to members of council for further questions on this matter. And are there any further comments that council would wish to make before we go to vote on the motion? And I just have a point of clarification as well. Assuming that we do go ahead with the statutory public meeting on May 17th, do we have enough time to ensure that there's proper notification? Go ahead, Mr. Bromberg.
Yes, if council makes a decision tonight, we would be able to post notice in the newspaper on Thursday for a May 17th public meeting.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
I think I need to clarify why I withdrew my name and why I can't support this motion. I do not see it as helping flag raiders to operate their business this summer. And if they have any opportunity to operate at all this summer, the only way forward I see is for them to meet with the neighbors and satisfy the neighbors that are upset with it. And I know that flag raiders have made a number of changes, and if they had that opportunity to talk to the neighbors about those changes, they might be able to get consent. And I see that as the only way that they would be able to operate this summer. And so I think that put the temporary bylaw in sets up a division and it sets neighbor against neighbor. And I think that that is not the best way to go, and that it would be better that we do it in an informal, not that we, but that Flag Raiders does it in an informal way rather than involving council in trying to resolve this issue, because we have people on both sides and we need to listen to both sides. Thank you. Councillor Liggett, followed by Councillor Wolf. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, further to Councillor Reid's comments, they can't operate. Even if they both agreed with each other, they can't operate without a bylaw exemption. So that's just a matter of fact. Two neighbors can't agree that one's going to set up a factory next to the other without some sort of a agreement of the city to go along with it.
Well, I think that's understood at the moment. However, there may be less chance of an appeal if the neighbors are able to speak. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, basically that's my point, both what Councillor Liggett just said. We want them to get together and discuss it, but we need the May 17th meeting to meet the litigation timelines. So if they got together and all agreed, and we didn't have the May 17th meeting, they would have to wait 20 days after they've agreed for it to come to council for us to pass the temporary use bylaw. So we're just running out of days. So I agree that the meeting on the 17th won't do any good if there isn't agreement. But even if, as Councillor Leggett has said, if there's agreement, if we don't have that meeting on May 17th, they'll have lost the season anyway. So that's why we're passing this motion tonight and hoping that they can get together before or shortly after that meeting and agree.
I just wanted to clarify those comments with Ms. Prime that there's still a statutory need to wait for a 20-day appeal period. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And Councillors Leggett and Wolf, are those legacy hands now? Okay, well, I think that the discussion has clarified, and I think it's important for the viewing public to really understand that it's not as simple as it appears, and that there's statutory requirements for zoning change for any property, and that even a temporary use bylaw is complicated this time because of the previous OMB decision, or Ontario Municipal Board as it was then known. So I think that we are all trying to navigate through this system. There's certainly support at the region to see an amendment potentially come forward from the proponent, but we haven't seen it as yet from what I understand. Councillor Mann, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just a question to probably Lisa. And so following the May 17th meeting date, there would be a 20-day appeal process. What would happen after that, Lisa?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Mann, what would happen on May 17th is a public meeting under the Planning Act. So a report would come forward with all the background information that you see under a normal public meeting process, informing of sort of the policy framework. And then you'd have your typical delegations and such. Then you would presumably the recommendation would be to come back with a staff report. So that would come back at a future meeting, I assume a June date meeting. I can't recall if Hardy raised one, but a meeting in June, I assume. That would be when there would be a recommendation report, and you would make a decision. And then depending on that decision, there's an appeal period that would follow that. So that would be 20 days, put you into July or something like that, depending on when the meeting is.
Great, thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and that triggered another couple of questions for me. I just wanted to confirm, unless it's happened in the last couple of days, but I know when this was brought forward at the region, at that point, there wasn't any application brought forward yet from the proponent on a zoning amendment or a regional official plan zoning amendment application. And secondly, generally speaking, leading up to these kinds of things, there's sometimes pre-consultations that that a proponent can engage with the city on. And I'm just wondering in this situation, whether there was a pre-consultation meeting, and just to confirm that there hasn't been an application that we know of yet into the region for an official plan amendment at the regional level. Ms. Prime?
Through you, Your Worship, I can answer that. So I spoke with the region today, further to the meeting we had with their consultant last Monday after council.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
I'm sorry. For some reason, my watch is talking to me. Sorry, it's getting late. So I did speak with the region, and nothing has been received. There's been no further contact with the region regarding a submission, further to speaking with their consultant, I guess a week ago on Monday. So that has not happened. There was a pre-consultation inquiry in March of 2021 with the city from the applicant. That process was not completed. So they met with staff did circulate to the agencies and collect comments. There was no follow-up from the applicant. So that process was not completed and essentially was closed. So, and there's been no other communication with a formal process otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Liggett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question to Ms. Prime. So do we know for a fact of why that process was not completed? Was it something on our side, or was it something on their side, or do we know it all?
So through you, Your Worship, Councillor Liggett, a pre-consultation process is initiated by the applicant. So there was no follow-up with the applicant on moving forward. So an applicant would follow up with anything. So there's no, it's not staff that move a file forward. It's the applicant that has to continue the process.
So would we have informed them that the ball was in their court at that point in time, or would we have just left it just alone, assuming that they knew to move something forward from there?
So if you have a planning process application, you staff share information, you follow up, and you have to initiate your application. So I have no inquiries from anyone that no one responded to them. I mean, that information is here. So it's not it's not staff's job to move things forward in that way. It's applicants have to do it. So I'm sorry, I wasn't here, so I don't know, but I can tell you that if they wanted to continue a pre-consultation and an application process, they could certainly do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands raised, we've got the motion in front of us. It would mean that if this passes, if we vote on this and it passes, then we will be going forward with a statutory public meeting on May 17th. And at that time, we can hear both sides. Hopefully the proponent can meet with the neighbors ahead of that and maybe smooth that process. And then we can further reflect at that time, have some debate, and then decide after the public meeting which way this will actually go. We're seeing at least some nods around the table. We will now call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor McGarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. So look for that notice coming forward for a statutory public meeting for May 17th. Okay, we really are almost at the end now. We are now going to deal with a motion, and this is related to items of correspondence and presentations at council. Councillor Hamilton, you have the motion. Will you please read it?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Mann. Recommendation that all presentations and correspondence from the April 19th, 2022 Special Council meeting be received.
Okay, are there any comments that council has? And seeing none, we're ready for the vote. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor?
And that carries.
Thank you. And next up on our agenda is consideration of bylaws, and Councillor Hamilton, you're up again. Would you please read the motion in its entirety?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Liggett. The recommendation that the following bylaws listed under the heading of Introduction and Consideration of Bylaws be enacted and passed. 22-023 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 150-85 as amended with respect to the land municipally known as 647 Coronation Boulevard. 22-024 being a bylaw to establish 2022 final tax rates for city purposes only for the payment of 2022 property taxes and to repeal bylaw 22-004. 22-025 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 19-094 as amended by bylaw 22-003 respecting development charges pursuant to the Development Charges Act SO 1997 C27 as amended. 22-026 being a bylaw to amend delegation of authority bylaw 19-186. 22-027 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 150-85 as amended with respect to land municipally known as 285 Limerick Road R07/20.
Thank you very much. And I'm now going to ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
Favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
Favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor?
And that carries.
Thank you. And our next item is the confirmatory bylaw, and Councillor Reid has the motion. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to read it. Please go ahead.
It's moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Urmeta, that bylaw 22-028 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Corporation of City of Cambridge be passed.
Thank you. And we're ready to call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
Favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor?
And that carries.
Thank you. And amazingly, we are now at the motion for close of meeting, and Councillor Wolf, you have the honor of reading this out. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton, that the council meeting does now adjourn at 11:17 p.m.
Thank you. And we'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Urmeta.
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton.
Favor?
Councillor Liggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor?
Councillor Reid.
In favor?
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor McGarry.
In favor?
And that carries.
Thank you. And that concludes our meeting for this evening. So take the rest of the night off, and thanks so much for joining us. Take care, everyone, and stay safe.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.